All right, it is 5 o'clock, so I will call the Oversight and Finance Committee meeting to order. Michelle, may I have a roll call, please?
Delgado. Delgado? Okay. Jacobs? Levy?
Here.
Jacobs? Okay, I have 2 confirmed members, Delgado and Levy, virtually.
Thank you, Ms. Strope. Is there a motion for the approval of the minutes from September 8th?
I was not actually in the meeting on September 8th, but I did review the YouTube video on it, so I moved to approve the minutes.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? Oh, you move. I will second. Is there any discussion? All right. All
Hello?
in favor?
Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you, Board Member Jacobs.
Okay, I'm reading your lips, Amy. I can't hear you all. I'll go back and try something else.
All right. So while we are waiting for Board Member Jacobs to rejoin us, there is a motion on the floor to approve the minutes from September 8th. And a second, is there any discussion about the motion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Oh, crud.
Next up, we have our Student and Family Technology Help
Excuse
Desk
me, point of
at
order.
Public Li-
I don't believe we did the
Yeah.
approval of the agenda. Did we do that and I missed it?
Oh, we do not. Thank you. Is there a
Sure.
motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion? Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Aye. Thank you so much. We'll have our Student and Family Technology Help Desk at the Public Library presentation. Dr. Kieser, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Board Member Levy, and good evening. I have with me this evening Brandy Grady and Brett Berg, who have recently been highlighted in a news article about their work in the library. So I'll turn it over to them to talk about the history of this and where it stands right now.
Hello, this is Brandy Grady. And the whole idea came about, I was at the library working with Nick Damasis on another unrelated thing, and he was talking about wanting to support us, and came up, I felt like I was doing so much tech support with iPads, and that it's very frustrating to do that over the phone and over the email especially, because it's hard to answer questions when you can't actually see what the problem is. And I was getting very frustrated with not being able to solve problems easily. And he said, well, what about a space here? And so I kind of rolled it over for a day or two, and we worked out a program to do this. The first week we did 2 nights as kind of our trial, and now we are continuing every Thursday from 11 to 7 to do this to support the families. We have probably averaged around 30 families each night, give or take. 5 to 10, depending on the night, have been Spanish speaking, and we have had a translator there each night to help support that and day. Tulio Duran, is coordinating with the homeschool liaisons to have coverage for that. We're getting questions, the first couple nights, a lot of the questions were seesaw related, and we had several families that the students had not yet even really engaged in school yet because they were just lost. And we sat down with them and showed them how to use Seesaw and how to get on to everything and how to do their meets, and then following up with teachers. Then they were actually in classes then that next week. So it really has helped those families quite a bit.
Yeah, and I would just have to say that we've also had some parents that have reached out to us that they couldn't make it to the library. So we have made some house calls. And picked up iPad to make sure that the iPads were working. We came back here, made sure the iPads were working, and then dropped them back off at the houses.
I think this is a great opportunity to highlight the partnerships that have happened as a result of going to distance learning and the innovative thinking that both our partners and our staff here in the school district in problem solving to support the needs of our students and our families. So open the floor to questions that anyone has for Brandy and Brett.
Thank you so much for this presentation and for the service that you've provided and continue to provide for our families. I do have one question. A parent reached out to me a few weeks ago and asked about the service, and I wanted to make sure that I was giving that parent the accurate information, so I actually called the library. And at that point, it's my understanding we were offering services on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 11 to 7. And if we are seeing that you say about 30 families a night, about 5 of which are Spanish-speaking families, which is fantastic, is there a reason that we're only providing this service now on Thursdays?
Mostly just because of scheduling.
Yeah, I mean, we
So just to
possibly, go ahead, sorry.
Just to make sure I understand you correctly, so we need more bodies to do this on Tuesday and Thursday? Is that the only roadblock, or is there anything else?
I think really that's our issue, is that, we're just trying to cover the evening shifts. We just don't have enough people to do it consistently more than once a week.
Are there other questions?
I just have a comment. Just want to say thank you so much for providing that assistance for the community. I have heard from different community members from the Hispanic community, and they very much appreciate that assistance. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you.
And I would like to say thank you as well.
We have had more parents and families actually reaching out and getting in contact with us, even through email or doing video chat. So that's been beneficial as well, that we've been able to talk directly with the families instead of trying to. I know sometimes it's very difficult for staff to try to be that go-between, especially when it's an issue or a problem that they really do not understand how to fix, and we have to kind of work through some things. So it's been great that we've had that opportunity to work with families directly.
Perfect. Dr. Keyser, I will not put you on the spot, but I will ask that you consider possibly some creative ways to help with staffing. So if we see that there is a need, that we could possibly extend these services to Tuesday and Thursday. So if you would give that some thought, I would appreciate that.
Thank you, Board Member Levy. As that conversation was happening, I put that down on my list to look at. Thank you. And Board Member Levy, I think Board Member Miller put in the question in the chat.
Thanks so much. Board Member Miller, go right ahead.
Hey, thanks. I was just curious. It sounds like this is overall pretty successful. I'd like to hear about what we did to communicate, or like what the feedback has been on the best way to communicate this service, so that we can kind of like learn from that and expand our communication in other areas as well. Because sometimes we hear from folks like, oh, I didn't hear about that. And it sounds like this is going pretty well. I'm just curious what the feedback is on like what has gone well with the communication and what should we consider doing more of.
Well, the first week that was kind of our trial week, the Sunday night, Monica had put it on Facebook, and it had 45 shares by Monday morning. So that has been a big way that it's gone out. We've also had, I communicated with a lot of teachers in the district, so they are letting students know. And actually, a few students that came in actually are students that are using the Boys and Girls Club during the day, and they've been recommending people to come to us too. So it's really been spreading a lot by word of mouth, and we've been trying to get it communicated out as much as possible.
This is Monica. Can I add a few comments related to how it's gone out, excuse me, district-wide? So it is in Dr. Keyser's letter every week, and it's been since the beginning. As you know, I think a report was shared with the board. We have a 96% connectivity rate with our Blackboard. So that message is going out weekly through text, email, and through our STB app, which we have 10,300 people who have actively downloaded the app. So I think what was good about this is there was a large umbrella through the district, which we continue with many of our programs, and then also Brandy's work with teachers. And then, of course, we did get some great media coverage from Madison and Rockford on this, which I did think also helped to share the good news about this program.
Thank you so much. That's great to know.
All right, thank you. If there is nothing else, we will go ahead and move to the Distance Learning Showcase. Dr. Keyser, again, please take the lead on that.
Thank you, Board Member Levy. Great suggestion was made to have a showcase and just not an in-depth for every single school, but to give kind of a overarching context to how things are going in this first term, and what's going well, what lessons have we learned, and adjustments that we were going to be taking into the second term here. So I reached out to a few of the principals, and I'm very thankful that all of them said yes. I will take the opportunity to share the slide deck. We will be hearing from 2 elementary schools and 2 intermediate schools, and then the high school, to share a little bit about how distance learning is happening in each of the buildings. We'll present each of the schools. I asked them to do about 5 minutes, and then we'll open it up for questions for afterwards. So let's see here. Looks like it's, there we go. So we'll start off with Gaston Elementary. And so just let me know when you want me to move to the next slide, and we'll go through that way.
Sounds good. Thank you. Hi, I'm Fonda Lewis, and I'm the building principal at Gaston Elementary. And we have a lot of successes and celebrations so far, and I know there's going to be more to come. Many of the successes, I do believe, are from what we learned in the spring and are really due to a lot of collaboration. As you see, the first thing there is collaboration. We're trying to make the most out of some of the negative things possibly about distance learning. So one of the things, we're so sad that we don't have students here, but we know it's safer that way. But because of that, we do have a little more time for collaboration between paraeducators, teachers, specialists. So that a lot of that's going well. Our live sessions that teachers are doing for students on Zoom or on Google Meet are amazing. I am so amazed daily at what the teachers are providing as lessons over the internet, and teachers are expressing that they really are getting to know their class, and the students are even being kids. Like, there's things happening that would happen in a live session just like they would be if they were in the classroom. So that's been really exciting. And our attendance for live is high. So we want to build a lot more live in, to be real honest. Seesaw has been an amazing advantage. mostly because all of the instruction is in one place, and we know Seesaw offers so many great activities, so the teachers are learning as they go, but there's a great deal of ways Seesaw can be used to have students actually be doing hands-on activities and manipulating things and recording themselves and all that great stuff. Student engagement, I would say, is a big success compared to the spring, but we still want to keep working on it. We know there are still some barriers for families. We know there are still barriers for kids for access, so we are trying our best. Every week we have, we go through the rigmarole and figure out, we make personal calls, the admin team does, to make sure that if there's anything we can do to help, offering up that iPad support or Wi-Fi issues, all that kind of stuff. So we're going to keep working on that. The access to instruction, there are some positives to distance learning. So some families, have a different schedule than others. So kids are able to access the instruction whenever is great for their family. So we have some kids working on the weekends because that's when, grandpa can help them. And we have some kids working on Tuesday night and then some kids working in the morning. But the nice thing is families have some choices on how they do that. And our relationship building, we've been really focusing on getting those communities going in the classroom. So really having time for kids and teachers to get to know each other and working in that social emotional learning. You can move it to the next slide, Dan. Thank you. And then here's for student engagement. I just put in a example of a schedule. So we've been really encouraging teachers to use a daily schedule just like they would. They put that in Seesaw, and as you can see, this teacher has a great job. She's got what the child's schedule may look like for the day, when the live sessions are offered, and what they can access. And on the left, you'll see that this is our student engagement data. This is live instruction and Seesaw learning activities. So this is students who are at least doing 50% or more. Many of them are doing more. This is the percent of students who are doing 50% or more on both attending live and completing those assignments in Seesaw. So, and this is by the week. So the first week of school, we had 78% engagement, and this is our whole school together. So 4K all the way up to third grade. So you can see it's interesting how it's gone down a little bit. So that's why I was saying earlier, we really want to continue to work on it. We know there's a lot of hope, and we know that there's a lot of exciting things coming up, both learning and trying to get families involved. So hopefully it will help. Any questions, or do you want to go through everybody first? Either way is fine with me.
If you don't mind the interjection of questions, I see that Board Member Jacobs did put a question icon in the chat.
Whoops, and my mute just went on. Did you hear that, Fonda? Hi.
No, I heard hi. I don't see the question, but.
Oh, nope, I'll ask it.
Perfect.
So I love everything you said so far is wonderful, and kudos on an excellent job. I'm just kind of curious. So some lessons are taped, correct, and then some are offered throughout the day. Is that right, or how does that work exactly?
Yep, that's correct. So there are sessions that teachers offer throughout the day that are live, and those are most often recorded so that students can later go back and view them in case they are not able to go to the live session. However, there are also instructional activities that teachers video and post ahead of time onto Seesaw. So a teacher might video themselves teaching a reading lesson, post that, and then the kids interact with that and the activities later whenever they can on Seesaw.
Wow, that is incredible. So if I'm looking at Tuesday's agenda, then it actually is happening at all those times, either live or recorded.
Yes, for the live. Yep, this teacher does, it looks like a community circle live, a math live, a social studies live, and then it looks like those other things are recorded, and then they can be accessed at any time.
That is amazing. And for the parents that are working, are they able to, and I love that you've got everything recorded. That is so great. I'm just wondering if they want to access So say a parent on a Sunday is curious what's going to happen in the coming week. When do they actually get the information about what's going to happen for the following week? Does it happen every day or?
That's, I think, variable by teacher. Most teachers are doing it on a daily basis just so it's not overwhelming for the student. In Seesaw, it holds all the information, so they do it daily, but the teacher is able to set things up in Seesaw ahead of time, so then they can just push it out when they're ready for it.
Wow, I think you guys are doing really an outstanding job. Thank you. That was it.
Thank you.
Ms. Liz, I do have a question. Thank you for providing this data. So it seems like since the start of school to now, that about 1 in 5 of our students, if I'm reading this correctly, are completing less than 50% of their work. What is being done to kind of address that situation? Do we know if it's the same students who are falling into that demographic? If it varies, what action steps are happening?
So weekly, we have a list of student concerns, and I'm sure Robinson has something similar as well, where the teachers fill in a chart based on their students and kind of a general overview of their engagement through the week. And then as an admin team and student services team, we take all of those lists, we kind of break them up into kids who are, right on track, okay, then we kind of look at the kids who have been doing kind of like we view them as almost like a tier 2, like because their engagement is like a little below 75%. And then the students who are less than 50%, we really hone in on those. And so, like I said, we make personal phone calls. We also do home visits. We have the social worker call family. So it's kind of on a case-by-case basis. Whatever we hear from the family, sometimes it's, a barrier. I had to work all week. Grandma wasn't available. And so next week we're going to, so we try to eliminate those barriers. I know our social worker has gotten some families hooked up with the YMCA so that they can go do their learning there. But home visits, calling, texting, seesawing, whatever we can do to reach. And we really approach with the, connection and how can we help, so that's kind of where we're going.
Thank you so much. And just really quick, from what you just commented, you said that some families get hooked up with the YMCA. Is that a free service that you're referencing or a paid service?
It is, from my understanding, a little bit of both. They have reduced rates for families who are receiving assistance. And then the Wi-Fi, we're still kind of rolling through that, but it sounds like we're going to be getting some hotspots soon for those families as well.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we'll travel across town here to Robinson Elementary.
All right. Hi, I'm Belinda McCarthy. I am the principal at Robinson Elementary. When we started our journey last March with distance learning, we tagged our Cougars Stay Connected with our families, and we have carried that through this year. All of our students received a Cougars connection bag, a little drawstring bag that we talked to them about it kind of being their desk at home. It's where they need to keep all of their learning materials and keep everything organized. So they have their Cougar connection bag. And within our building, the amount of collaboration between our teams right now is unbelievable. To sit back and think that we're only 4 to 5 weeks into distance learning and to see the progress that has already been made, getting our families connected, our teachers working together. In some of the pictures, you can see the engagement. I have some classrooms where there may be 2 or 3 teachers that are working and supporting each other. They start with a whole group, a community circle, and build that community with the students and make everybody feel welcome. And then they start to break into their small groups. They're able to use the Zoom with their small group breakouts, and different teachers are able to support the students throughout the entire class. We offer an AM schedule and a PM schedule. So students can come anywhere between 8 and 12 and anywhere between 12 and 4 and know that there will be a live teacher working with them, teaching and learning happening together. The teacher is able to give the assignments and kind of help work through that so that it's not a nighttime burden on families of extra homework necessarily, that they're able to support the students with that work right there. If you go to the next slide, Dr. Keyser, it's similar, just a few different pictures. Our specialists are just as engaged with our students. We do some data collection with our specialists also, and students that are, you know, heading to art and working on projects, students that are headed to library. Everybody loves to have library with Miss Amy here at Robinson. But the collaboration between our teachers is amazing. The community building with students and them actually being able to see their peers, hear their teachers. Some fabulous things about Seesaw. The students can record themselves reading books and record themselves giving answers, and the teachers in turn can record themselves responding to students. It's really nice that they have all this ability to still interact as if it was in person. Our lessons are posted the Friday before the following week so that our parents have a weekend time to be able to just get a glimpse of what is coming next week, just in parent-friendly language of this is the standard or this is the focus and the type of activity that we'll be doing. And we do offer the recorded lessons also. The teachers do record their lesson. Any students that specifically missed, they will directly email the recording through Seesaw so that they have that. But they do build it up in their Seesaw library for those recorded lessons. Our schedules are consistent. Our staff is there for students. We take a couple different data collections. Our live sessions, we're ranging, I think, outstanding percentage of attendance and continuing to grow. We have started doing the same as Fonda was talking about, home visits. What can we do to support you? If there was something that happened in the family emergency, if they're missing the internet pieces, how can we help support you? And thanks to the district, I think we're going to start getting some of that internet support. But the schedules are consistent, the students are showing up, and they love being part of Robinson.
Thank you. It looks like Board Member Jacobs has a question.
No surprise there. Hey, Belinda. I have a couple. So I know that the teachers are allowed to do half the time if they so choose at home and half the time at school. Are they delivering lessons from their home or from school?
It's a mix. Currently, I only have a couple of my staff members that are on that modified schedule. So one of them records a couple of her lessons in the morning during her work time at home, and then prepares and presents live from here at school. One does a morning live lesson from home, and then her afternoon lesson is live from here. So it's there's kind of a mix. I don't have that many staff right now that are on that modified schedule.
Okay, no, and that's excellent. I just think it's really important, especially for the younger kids, to have the classroom in the background and to have that experience. I think it feels more like school. And everything I've heard you and Fonda say so far, really, it really does make me feel good, because I will not mention the school district, but I'm helping a great niece. And it can be a little frustrating. We are way, way, way ahead of the game in being parent-friendly, I feel, and being really student-friendly as well. And perhaps I missed it, but how are we getting books to the kids? And are we still doing the level books?
Sure. So we, at Robinson, we have been on an every other week of student material pickup. We've kind of coordinated with our science and social studies units. Every 2 weeks, we switch between science and social studies. So we've been able to calendar out every other week. We offer opportunities for families to pick up additional materials that they need.
Okay, awesome. Very, very impressive. Thank you.
Thanks. One other thing I asked some of the teachers if there were any special things they wanted to share. It is, I think Fonda kind of mentioned, it's still kind of like real school. Like some kids need a little correction every now and then in their live lesson. But the amount of independence that students are already building, one of our kindergarten students last week was like so excited. He's like, "You'll never believe it. I got myself logged in without my mom." Like so excited that, you know, he was able to like get there without needing that adult support. So there are some benefits to seeing some of that independence grow and students, you know, really being able to learn in this new little distance learning adventure.
Thank you, Mrs. McCarthy. It looks like Board Member Delgado has a question.
Thank you so much for sharing those wonderful stories. Me as a parent actually made me think of my son. I got home one day and he goes, "Mom, I think I'm going to be okay." So just him saying that, you know, it just really makes me feel, you know, really good that, you know, we're really going in the right direction. Just looking back from, you know, the spring to now the fall, I mean, it's a huge, you know, step up, you know, upward in our game. I think, you know, the way of instruction has really I've been very impressed by it. You know, seeing the kids being able to actually maneuver, you know, their way around it and actually having like live classes. And then also the teachers, you know, the way that they have, you know, followed through with their students as well. I have seen that as well, even with my own son too. You know, that has been very good. And social workers and, you know, I'm really the feedback that I have gotten from other parents has been just great. And the support that you guys provide, it's just been really good. And I am so happy to hear about, you know, collaboration and working together and forming teams. And, you know, that just says a lot of, you know, the environment of what the school is providing right now. It sounds like we're going in the right direction. So kudos to all of you for that. I do have a question, however, related to technical issues with students and how that is being held either against them or, you know, what are some of the things that you guys are doing to take those technical issues, you know, from a grading perspective, per se. For instance, if a student runs out of internet, like that happened to me today. I was without internet for like 2.5 hours and it was awful. So are they being marked absent when they have those technical issues? I mean, it's not. Are we holding that against them?
We are not, and I'm sure that I'm speaking for the rest. We've been very flexible, and I have to say, I think personally, our communication with our families has really increased in a positive way. They know that they get a weekly call out from me, a weekly newsletter. They have all of the numbers to connect. Seesaw has been an amazing communication tool. They're able to message the teacher back and forth. We've been very accommodating. Some families, you know, we still offer a paper pencil option. They prefer, you know, can I just pick up something else to work on? This isn't working well. Or we have several families that stop by. We meet a lot on the bench outside my office and try to support each other. We share the same library information in our newsletters that they can go there for additional technology support. But in our families know, and especially if they're willing to reach out and have something, we definitely want to work with them to just make it successful for the child.
Okay, so just reaching out and just, you know, maybe by email or whatever form of communication and letting you guys know that there was a technical issue that it was, you know, out of their control, then that would remedy any absences from that child. Is that correct?
Yeah, speaking for my building for sure. I mean, we really go with that Cougar Connections, and if they've connected to us, we count that as attending. They're giving it the best they've got to do what they can. So.
Okay, and I know that there's also an option for, I don't know if it's on old schools where they have one session in the morning and then a second session in the afternoon. Is that correct as well?
Mm-hmm. We're doing that, yes. I think almost everybody is, I'm aware of, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Looks like Board Member Miller has a question.
Thank you. I was going to wait until the end of the presentation, but I'm going to have to jump a little early, so I'm going to sneak one in, if that's okay. Along the same lines as Board Member Delgado, I was curious. I have kind of a twofold question. It's the same question, one side out of concern for the students and their families, and the other side out of kind of concern for our teachers and their workload. So the kiddos who are behind, because like as Board Member Levy pointed out, we're missing maybe about 20%, it looks like, of our kids, who are not necessarily keeping up. I'm concerned about like what we're doing to help those kids, to help with their learning and their grade resiliency. I don't want to like socially promote kids necessarily who haven't attained things, but I want to make sure kids have an opportunity. So like, all right, let's say my internet's been just like rotten for the first 6 weeks and then I'm slowly going to get caught up. Like, I'm curious, like what supports are in place to help with that learning resiliency for our kids, and how are we making sure it's not overly burdening our teachers? Because I've gotten like 3 Seesaw texts since this meeting started. My kids' teachers, like, my phone is constantly blowing up like all hours of the day and night. I don't know when they sleep. Like, I'm Seesaw like all the time, which is just like props to the amazing dedication that our teachers and like our buildings have shown. I'm so grateful. And I want to make sure that, so like if my kids were those kids who didn't have internet, I don't want to like add that extra load. Hey, can you grade, 9 weeks worth of work in the next like 2 weeks so I can get caught up? I'm just kind of curious, what is that looking like now? Yep, there's another Seesaw notification, seriously, right now. So, I guess, yeah.
I think that part of the bonus of doing all this is we've really become standards focused and been able to pinpoint what we're doing with those students. So within my building, we've been accessing our instructional coaches. I have an interventionist. We've been accessing all of those other resources. We have some para support that can kind of pull some kids and kind of catch up or put some things together for families to pick up or for us to drop off. So just really trying to be creative in the ways that we can connect to those kids.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, in case there are some parents out here who don't know this, if there's a family out there who feels like they haven't been able to connect, like they're trying to connect to school, but there's technical issues or other barriers, the option exists, like a paper and pencil option exists for those kids, so teachers aren't going to get like a mountain of like all the way back to September stuff, like in the middle of November.
I can speak for my school and know that we have been in contact with every single family at this point. So they all know, and they do, I believe, feel supported in that. We've sent some packets. We've done some kind of half attendance and half packets, different things. We've been able to accommodate any specific needs for families at this point.
All right, that's fantastic. I really appreciate you kind of fielding that question.
Board Member Jacobs, I see you, but I'm going to sneak in a quick question. Ms. McCarthy, if I'm reading your chart correctly, it looks like we're ranging from like 19% to maybe 49% on the high end with non-attendance. So if I am a family who is not able to make the live instruction and I watch the video and turn in my assignment for that class, does my work being submitted count as my attendance?
It absolutely does, and I would clarify that the data that I gave was live session attendance. Our overall attendance is better than what this shows. This is what we're actually getting for students to attend with us during live sessions.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. Board Member Jacobs?
Thanks, Board Member Levy. I have to say I'm really impressed with if that's the live attendance, because I know when we're in school, those numbers are great, because that's about where we're at well, it depends, varies from grade to school and whatnot, but that's excellent. I'm just curious, Belinda, are you getting a lot of parent feedback or parents reaching out, or grandparents or whomever is doing the instruction for the kids? Just curious.
Well, the district did the survey. We had some responses from our families on that. Some of our teachers get responses back. I think the majority of the responses have been very positive. Seesaw is easy to navigate. They know what the plans are. They know what the expectations are. Our schedule has been consistent, routine. I showed the example that Dr. Keyser has. They have a link to check in. We have them check in their attendance, and we always ask them a feeling, like, how are you feeling today, just to kind of gauge that emotional piece. We connect to the different sessions for learning. They connect to those live links for that. They see their specialist every day. We've had pretty positive.
Wow.
Mrs. Nora can play two roles. She can be a parent also.
Wow, they see their specialist every day?
They see a specialist every day, each grade level. Yes, absolutely.
Really, I know I keep saying it, but I'm really very impressed.
It honestly is pleasantly wonderful. Like, I can't believe what we are doing in a short amount of time with students. And our staff feel really good about things right now. Like, the kids are there and they're learning. And I've had some teachers say, I didn't really think this was going to be possible, and it's amazing. My teachers are meeting in small groups with kids. I have interventionists working with low readers. What we're doing is more than I would have imagined.
So thank you, and I just want to say these are fantastic questions, and I know that both Fonda and Belinda have been very gracious in answering, and I know that our upcoming principals will be answering those questions as well. I'm just wondering, Board Member Levy, would it be appropriate for us to have the remaining three present, and then we open up so that all levels could answer the questions at the same time?
I think that would be great in the interest of time. So board members, if you have questions while they're presenting, please do jot those down so we don't forget them while they're presenting. If everyone is able to stay around for the next three presenters, then we can do questions all at once.
Perfect, thank you. So we'll have Joe, Michelle, and Emily presenting here. So we will jump into the intermediate, and we'll start off with Aldrich. Been going in alphabetical order here.
Well, so hi everybody. I'm Joe Brightox, the principal at Aldrich, and I'm representing not just Aldrich but the East Side. So our friends over at Fruzen as well. So both Dr. Norton and I sent out some communications to the staff to get their feedback that I placed into this for both schools. So you're hearing, from both. Of course, my own school is the most fresh in my own mind, so I fall back on that if I fall back on any of it. But I'm going to give you something that's not in the slide. It's because I've heard all the other principals do it. Don't know why I didn't include it, but it's just kind of a general overview of the schedule and things like that from the intermediate perspective. We run a lot of things similarly to the elementary distance learning framework. We have really two teaching sessions that occur throughout the day, an AM and a PM. Within those teaching sessions, teachers are teaching 3 live sessions each, so that would be 6 live sessions a day of their core class. Sometimes it's 6 classes of the exact same thing. So that really focuses their prep. If they have an advanced class, they might teach 1 of those in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and then 4 others that are the non-advanced class. But the point there is we created that schedule on the intermediate side with a view to flexibility so that our families would have the most possible options while still providing the most possible structure. So 2 sides of a coin there. And I think we've achieved that. I know we're looking at making a few modifications to the schedule moving into the second term, but this has really provided well for us. In addition to those 2 instructional sessions at 4 o'clock, the expectation is by 4 o'clock, every teacher has a video posted of a live video of themselves teaching of that day's instruction posted. So that can be accessed at that point at any time, 4:01, 5:30, 11:30 if they need to. So they can access a full day of instruction from all 4 core classes plus their specialist or elective class, all through an asynchronous means of video recording. So ultimate flexibility, and yet structure in that if it's 9 o'clock and you're supposed to be teaching advanced math, you better be teaching advanced math at 9 o'clock because students are there waiting for you. So there's structure within that framework of flexibility. Within both instructional sessions, our staff, each staff member has office hours so that they can meet with students or families that have questions or need further support from them on that day's lesson. They each have a prep in the morning and the afternoon. 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday and Friday is time for grade level or subject, mostly grade level PLCs and grade level meetings, as well as the occasional staff meeting that I need to call or something like that. But that 8 to 9 o'clock time is reserved for teachers to collaborate. And Wednesdays is a non-student contact day, and we have a wide variety of cross-intermediate PLCs being offered, and then I think first and third is district PD Wednesday, and second and fourth is building PD. So, I'm offering effective educator support for my staff this month, and different principals are offering different building PDs for their staff as well. We also have, I've heard a lot of questions about what do we do for kids and families without Wi-Fi or that can't access things electronically or just struggle with that piece of it for some reason. Wednesday is the day for our delivery system of getting packets, paper and pencil old school packets to families that need it, and it's also a day for them to drop things off back at the school so we can get those into the hands of teachers to grade. It's also a day for us to offer for students to come and pick up incentives through our PBIS incentive and rewards program. Those kids can come in that have earned those things can come and pick those up on Wednesdays. So Wednesday is kind of a catch-all day for us to really get things into the hands of families and receive things from them and keep that system going week to week. I think that's it for and we use, you heard Seesaw in the elementaries in the primary. We're using Google Classroom as our platform for digital learning framework. Then outside of just that general schedule, we focus on what I'm going to call roses and then takeaways. Roses would be things that are nice and pretty and going really well for us, and I wanted to share with you. And you heard one of the principals, I think it might have been Belinda, talk about focusing on standards. That's been a necessity because of the reduced amount of time for instruction. We have to make sure the instruction is pinpoint and on point, and the way to do that is to find those power standards within the grade levels and within the units and derive from those power standards individual lessons that get to those standards as quickly as possible. This ensures equity across the board because it's the rigorous grade level standard that they're teaching to regardless of that student and where they're at. And then the trick is to provide access to that standard through their differentiation and access to the curriculum. And that's provided an instructional focus for us. And if you go to the next slide, I can talk about that a little bit because that's really been something that distance learning has given an opportunity for that face-to-face doesn't provide. Not that there's not an instructional focus, but when it's face-to-face, you have the learning environment where there are distractions or disruptions, and you're dealing with student discipline issues as well as trying to instruct. And within the distance learning framework, those issues really aren't that present anymore. Our referrals have dropped from many to I may have just had to write my first one today. I was going to say 0, but it looks like we got our first one today. But this guy earned it. So yep, it's well deserved. So we got one today. The rest. So they have a learning environment that's simpler, less complicated to manage in many ways, and so they can focus on really providing great instruction. There just aren't those same disruptions to the learning environment that there would be face to face, and that's what we have focused on is making sure that those lessons are very pinpoint and full of high impact instructional strategies. And we're really looking at ways to engage kids, because that's just always the issue. How can we increase engagement and participation for our kids in those lessons? And so we focused on how can we hook them? How can we get them to make sure they want to come? And so I was just talking to one of my teachers, a new teacher this year, 7th grade science teacher, and he said, yeah, I'm really working on the hook. I'm working on the hook, get these kids hooked into the lesson. And he said, today I showed a YouTube video, a clip from Shrek. And in this Shrek video, Shrek is talking about we're like onions and we all have layers and we're peeling off the layers to get to the inner soul or something. And he goes, and you know what else have layers? The earth. And so he teaches a lesson on the layers of the earth. So that's an interesting hook. They're working on piece, and that's a high impact instructional strategy to provide meaning to a learning. The kid wants to learn it. And so these are things that they're focusing on and really able to focus on in a way that perhaps they couldn't in the face-to-face piece because of the other concerns that might be going on. It's really focused on instruction. And I had a PE teacher that said, the creativity that this is bringing out of me is really amazing. And when I'm face-to-face, there's just certain things I have to worry about. But when I'm virtual and I have to teach a PE lesson, how do I do that? And she's not strong in technology based on her own admission, and that's her quote, forced me out of my comfort zone. And that's what we want to do. We want to stretch and learn and become more dangerous educators by the tools that are in our tool belt. And so this is something that is helping, I think, staff do that. It's an opportunity to move out of their comfort zone and discover new things about teaching. Next slide, please. Some of the takeaways. We've seen the power of the technology that we have. I think the one-to-one iPad piece prior to distance learning was almost just eye candy in some classrooms, something that just was there and maybe functioned at a substitution level. Do a worksheet with paper, do a worksheet with an iPad. But this has forced us to really move up that SAMR model and redefine the way that we use the iPad to be something that redefines learning. And so that's part of that creativity that they're having to access and moving out of their comfort zone. And so, one of the takeaways is they're thirsting for more training, better ways to use the technology to revolutionize instruction for them. They've learned that distractions really do matter, because some of our kids at this point, like we didn't know that, right? But some of our kids that weren't engaging in face-to-face, we're finding are engaging like they never have ever in the history of their life in school. Through this means. And, as I hypothesize about why, I might think, well, it's because the distractions that might normally be there in the classroom that cause them to not be able to focus aren't there. And so the takeaway is how can we implement that piece when we're back face-to-face, so that if a child learns best that way, there's an expanded opportunity for them to access instruction. And then also it came out in some of our conversations that perhaps that could inform a vision for an alternative school, an expanded vision for an alternative school to provide instruction to kids through that virtual piece, just keeping that distance learning, the good things that we've gotten from it moving forward as we move back into face-to-face. We saw that conferences rocked. That's another takeaway from the virtual piece. So the next time we have our face-to-face conferences, we want to incorporate into that the virtual piece, because our openings were totally filled by people that needed those meetings. And so the virtual piece has expanded opportunities for families, and we want to keep that going when we're face-to-face. Again, I focused on engagement being an issue, and when I define engagement as attendance or participation in the class, that is always the issue, and it's improved over term 4. Our engagement is almost double in many cases what it was in term 4, so that's great, but it's only great, in and of itself. Relatively speaking, it's not what it is when we're face-to-face. That's in the high 90s percentile. So we're always looking for ways to increase engagement and get kids to want to turn on, because in the end, they have the power, right? They're either going to click on or they're not. And when we're face-to-face, we have so much more impact and control over that piece. So it's better than it was 4th term, but it's not where we want to be yet. And so our teachers are hungry for more ways to deeply engage kids in these lessons. And that's what we're looking for. Anything we can get our hands on to more deeply engage kids and make this work better is what we want. Couple other takeaways is I think from feedback from staff, there's a renewed appreciation on both sides of the coin. By that I mean, I believe teachers have a renewed sense of the beauty of their students in classrooms and in the school. Without them, you take for granted maybe sometimes the fact that the students are with us when they're not there. Now they know how important that is to the process. They miss them, and that's a good thing because they're going to appreciate them more when they come back, and that's across the board. I've heard that, and I think it's the same way with the kids. I think the kids are not going to take the school piece for granted. They know what they're missing when they're at home doing this, and so I think those two things working in conjunction are going to create a renewed appreciation for the school experience, the face-to-face experience, and that's going to be better for everybody. And then finally, although this is a different way to provide instruction, a different way to build relationships with kids. Everything about it's kind of different. It's still effective. And I wanted to close with a letter or an email, a happygram I'll call it, that I got from a parent. And really, it could be any parent in all of our schools because we're all approaching this the same way. And you can hear some of the excitement and the excitement from the principals presenting. But this is what this parent wrote. So really, this is a happygram, I think, for the district. Good morning, Mr. Vrydox. I don't know about you, but this is the time of the semester when I want to tear my hair out. Not because of the school, but I do adult learning, and it is just that time. I picked up your call and wanted to throw my phone. Now, I almost stopped reading at that point, but they get so many of these call-outs, I can see how she would feel that way. But anyway, I just picked up your call and wanted to throw my phone when I saw the number. But when you start a call with, are you frustrated with ... that made my day. Thank you to you, your staff, and everyone for all you're doing. I've been irritated by all the negative mouths blabbing about things beyond our control. I just wanted to take my little break to say thank you and great job. We in this house know this is not easy, it is frustrating, and everyone wishes it were different. We have no control, and you all are doing a spectacular job. So there we go to the district. Thank you. Appreciate the time to share, and I'm happy to answer any questions once we're done with all this. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. So we'll travel across town once more, and we'll travel over to the home of the Lancers. So Michelle.
Thank you again, Michelle Hendricks, or principal at the home of the Lancers, which is McNeil Intermediate School. Ditto a lot of things that my colleagues said about distance learning. So I'll try to share some things maybe that they didn't. So we talked about the actual classroom atmosphere, and I know all of our schools, because on the parent side and the educator side, a lot of our teachers created Bitmoji classrooms. And so here's an example that they can use in their Google Classroom to kind of get a feel of what the teacher likes, the classroom setting. You could put links in here to books, resources, videos, websites, things like that, that's interactive for the students. And the teachers also get a chance to showcase their personality and what they like and put up classroom posters. This is one from a science teacher, a brand new teacher in our building, and to kind of get to know them. So that's something positive. The teachers had to learn how to create these, and they all did them. But I think that's something positive, and it also gives the students a chance to see like the classroom atmosphere, and they can alter it day by day or by unit and things like that. So that's something that I know throughout the schools that we worked on. You can go to the next one. Also, as we just talked about, expectations and things that's worked out positive for us too. We have like our home model, so we kind of altered it to what it would look like in a virtual setting for sort of our expectations. So we had a chance to really work with PBIS and setting up those, building relationships and expectations on what distance learning will look like in our different spaces and our different spots. And actually, we spent the first 2 weeks kind of walking through those things and building a relationship with the students. Hey, this is what it look like to check your email. This is what it look like to log on. Here's your schedule. This is what you need to do. Counselors hand schedule tons of kids to say, this is what class you need to go to. I know our administrator, we would have live like Zoom meetings or Google where I just sit on with parents and I'll call them and I'll walk them through them just days after days, just kind of walking through the schedule, how to log on, how to submit assignments, things like that. One of the grandmas emailed me, he's like, your patience, I just don't know how you have that patience. And I was like, we're all learning, and I totally get it too as well. On the left, as far as our Lancer engagement, that's our attendance. And so for attendance, we mean not only our live lessons that they're logging on, if they're submitting assignments in Google Classroom, because that's what we use, interacting with teachers, sending emails, asking questions. Our office hour we call Lancer Live Time. So whether they're coming to Lancer Live to get help or support, anything like that, Overall, as of today, this is where we are. We know we have room for improvement. Every Tuesday, we meet with students of concern, with student services, other support people in there. We go through our list. A lot of this we're finding is cleanup for attendance. So students we just didn't know had moved or went somewhere else. And because we didn't have records or know that they're non-attending, but we can't find them. And so we utilize our staff and then Mr. Atlas to go out and do home visits. And we've really moved to Chicago. I was like, well, you might need to enroll down there. Like, I don't know that this is the best thing. So just having that communication with certain families to clean that up, to get resources. Also talking about attendance and resources. So it has been a transition, but I think in comparison to the spring, we are in a lot better place right now with our instruction, communication, collaboration, all of those things kind of moving forward. If you move to the next slide. And so just like the other teachers too, we are doing live instruction within our classrooms. It kind of looks different. Sometimes Mr. Douglas is in the middle of the gym with his projector, working out, doing PE class, or they're engaged online, standing up teaching, or they do a lot of things even like the Google Classroom and Nearpod and things like that. So the students can be very interactive. They're a lot more independent, kind of, in intermediate school. But like Ms. McCarthy said, we're seeing even our 4th and 5th graders being able to be more independent on their own too, as well as we move forward. It's been a learning curve for our staff, a lot more. It's good to see our newer staff being able to support our veteran staff when it comes to technology. And so it's kind of both ways, where our veteran staff helping our newer staff with maybe strategies or meeting our students, things like that. But then we've also seen our new staff step up and support our veteran staff with technology. So that's a great resource in our buildings. You can go to the next one. Some other positives that came out of our building is they're appreciative that the district puts safety first for our students, our families, and our staff, especially right now. And so while we know we want them all to be here and we miss them, and somebody's like, what's the difference right now? I was like, 545 people. Like, that's the difference. That makes a huge difference when you don't have those kids in your building, but they're very appreciative. Our daily live instruction in all of our core areas, every day for intermediate, Joe kind of went over the schedule for intermediate. We all have the same schedule. And so it helps that they kind of know what time they should be in class, what time they should log on. This is when you have this class. This is when you have PE. You have a break here, lunch schedule. So I think that helps too as far as the structure. We have increased to student attendance and engagement. Even with that, when we're calling to look for kids, if they're not on the class, a parent like Miss Nora, typically by this time they won't answer my call, but they're like, we know it's not anything bad because they're not in school, but just to be able to have that conversation like, hey, I noticed you didn't log on to class the last 2 days, calling to check on you. How can I help you? What happened? You know, just to have those positive interactions first, maybe with some students and families. I really appreciate that this year. To be able to have that and the increased parent communication and the buy-in this time. Like, I think coming into the school year, their perception was, oh, we don't want to do this because it's going to be like the spring or it's not going to work, things like that. But I really applaud our district, our staff, and our administrators for what we've kind of put together. And we had, as far as on the parent side and administrator side, as far as what we have for distance learning. Hands-on materials and resources. I know here at McNeil, we've done 2 distributions and we've given out the novels, notebooks. We handed out 100-something book bags worth of supplies and things like that. Maps, Go Math books, Springboard books, anything that we can get as far as hands-on the resources to our students. So it's not just the iPad all the time. And our parents have been really appreciative for that. So they don't feel like everything is just the iPad. So the students have something in front of them to work on as well. It's a benefit that we did eventually just hand out all the iPads and the increased tech support, because that way we know how to support the students, because pretty much we know what devices they're using and we can help navigate to support them in that way. And then again, like everyone said, our focused learning targets and instruction is really helped to be concentrated with the time that we have. Next. And so PBIS, we have been busy still too, even though we're distant. So some of the things we've held 2 Lantern nights virtually. We've did some videos. We're still doing Student of the Week, Student of the Month. We had Spirit Week. We had a virtual family picnic time. This week we have another spooky Lantern night this Friday where we play music, do some games, things like that. So it's also important to keep the social, emotional, and have those activities and opportunities for students too as well. I know some schools do assemblies. Everyone's trying to get some rewards and incentives out to students. I think that's just important as the educational component because they haven't been around kids and being able to interact a lot with other students their age. I laugh and say my 6-year-old, I think he's going to think he's 13 after this because all he's around is teenagers all day. So it's very important for them to interact socially with students their age too. And so I'm very appreciative of our PBIS team and our schools that are also looking at that aspect as far as learning. Oh, and then just moving forward, some takeaways. Joe did say we are going to alter our schedule just a little bit for intermediate to make it a little more focused as far as scheduling. And there are some students in a virtual setting that are really doing well, that if we were face-to-face, I know they were probably out of the classroom 50% of the time, whether it was for referrals from their behavior or them getting in trouble, anything like that. And they are really, really doing well in this. And so just kind of overall, our takeaways here is when this is over, we cannot go back to traditional school as we know it or as we knew it. We have to take some things that we've learned to move forward for this, whether it's embedding our increased technology, distant learning online class offerings, and that's even in our grade levels, to embed some of that. Continue with virtual conferences and meetings, the opportunity to have additional PD time, staff collaboration, and possible flexible scheduling as well as we move forward into our school culture. These are some of the things that we need to look into as we begin to schedule for next year, think about next school year. And that's all I have from the home of the Lancers.
Thank you so much. And to wrap up our tour of the district, we'll end with Beloit Memorial High School.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Emily Pells, principal at Beloit Memorial High School. And I'm last in the presentation, and like all of the ideas I have on my 2 pages of notes have already been talked about today. So I feel good after hearing all the other principals about the consistency that's happening in the district. And I think kudos to everybody for that happening too. So I'll be a little bit brief just because, like I said, everything that we're experiencing, you've heard from the other principals already. So things that are going really well, increased communication between staff and students, between school and home, and vice versa from home to school. One of the things that has really helped us this fall versus what happened in the spring is a set schedule that has provided routine and structure and consistency. So we're able to have all of our teachers teaching at the same time. And that actually allows for there to be smaller class sizes, which allows for our teachers to provide more one-on-one individualized attention. It also helps students know and understand what's expected of them. So when you have those live sessions scheduled in, and then we also have times scheduled in to help them manage their asynchronous learning, that can help students stay on track with the learning expectations that they're expected to rise to the occasion of. Teachers are learning new skills, and they're creating engaging and interactive lessons with the integration of technology. And like Michelle just mentioned, you know, we can't go back to where we were before now. I mean, that's something that we have to continue to move forward, even when we come back face to face. Our schedule and our teachers are providing students and families with a lot of flexibility. You've heard other principals talk about how there's learning sessions offered, you know, twice a day to help accommodate schedules and things like that. We have that in place at the high school as well. A positive has been the use of Google Classroom as a standard LMS, so that students and families are both familiar with a common platform. It actually has helped in our building too with all of our teachers understanding a common platform, because that wasn't happening before. We didn't have all teachers just using one type of technological platform to structure their instruction. So that has been a huge benefit. At the beginning of the year, our teachers were really worried about developing relationships with their students, but they have been pleasantly surprised with how well they've been able to build rapport within their virtual classrooms. That's been definitely something that has improved from last spring. The other principals talked about collaboration between colleagues, which has been amazing. So they're collaborating in so many different ways, through email, through meetings, PLC times, professional development. Well, I'll have staff that they'll create instructional videos to help each other. So like not about instruction, but how to do things, to how to manipulate certain, technology platforms or programs, and they'll send that out to each other. And so they're really building like a library of technology resources. Our student attendance has definitely increased since last spring, and our engagement, which is a positive. Students are able to get resources to supports to help them in their classes on a regular basis. So in the spring, they didn't have any access to materials to help support the learning that they were doing at home. In the fall, we were able to get them textbooks or art supplies or whatever it would be for that particular class from a teacher. We're able to get that. And even now, we have students and families come to the school daily to pick up a new iPad or a teacher-made workbook or anything that they might need to support their learning. So that has been a huge help. We have noticed that students who are attending are doing well. We have also noticed that students are much more engaged in the morning classes than they are in the afternoon classes. So moving forward, that's something that we're looking at right now as a school to see how potentially we can maybe increase some teacher to student time by capitalizing more on the morning sessions that are being provided. We are monitoring student attendance and engagement very similarly to what you have heard from the other schools. So we have teacher teams meeting weekly and reaching out to families. They're monitoring data using a data tracker. Students with a higher level of need are being referred to administration and to student services. We're doing home visits and things like that. So one of the areas we want to improve on is we want to continue to look at increasing our attendance and our engagement and really, find a way to put supports in place, additional supports in place for the students who are not regularly logging into the live sessions or completing their assignments. And then overall, I think that just keeping in mind that structure is good and necessary, but also so is flexibility. So we know that we need to continue to work on meeting the individual needs of our students. And so that's one of the conversations that we've been having at school very recently is, when we are in school and we're operating under a traditional system, we work so hard to offer a continuum of instructional services as well as social emotional services. So when we see a student starting to fall, you can wrap around and you can come up with an individualized plan, and you have your access to your resources right there at your fingertips. So the biggest barrier that we have felt is the lack of access to our students, and thinking about how we can provide those supports with that limited access. So moving forward, those are some of the things we're looking at, potentially utilizing community partners to provide students a way to access their teachers somewhere outside of the school, and things like that. So it's essential to find the right balance, and we are definitely still looking for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Peltz. Before you go, I have one quick question, and then I'll open the floor to board members. Are you saying that about 40% of our students at Beloit Memorial are not currently or regularly engaged?
So that data right there is reflective mostly of the percentage of students who are attending live sessions, at least one a day. So yes, and our biggest competition is students working, to be quite honest with you. That's our biggest competition.
No, I appreciate that. So with attendance, if a student is not attending the live class, but is watching the tape and submitting the work, is that included in the attendance numbers, or is that separate from?
So we monitor that separate from, but it's not reflective necessarily in these numbers, because if they are doing that, if they're working in Google Classroom and submitting assignments, or even if they're reaching out to their teacher and scheduling an office hour, their attendance isn't counted against them, meaning they're not marked absent.
Okay, so this is saying that about 40% of our kids are not doing those things you just described, are not actively engaged.
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much. Committee members, I do have a request. In the interest of time, if there is a pressing question that you need to have answered before we let our educators go, please do feel free to ask that. Dr. Kieser, if there are curiosity questions, are you okay if we submit those to you and you maybe coordinate with our presenters and then put that information out in your public addresses so we can make sure that those responses are public? Is that okay?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay. Committee members, if there's anything that's pressing right now, please do feel free to ask. If not, if you could submit that question to Dr. Kieser, and we will get that sent out publicly, the response to that. Okay, I am going to
Board Member Levy?
Yes.
Can I just quick make a comment?
Please.
Listening to you five, you've gotten me so excited. I am so impressed and so proud of Beloit and all the work that you and your staffs are doing. You guys are amazing. Thank you.
Absolutely agree. This is difficult work, and although it looks like we still have a significant amount of work to do, we do need to pause and acknowledge our successes and our creativity. And I'm so encouraged to hear that some of the best practices of virtual learning, that you are committed to keeping those and modifying them moving forward. So that is amazing. Thank you so much to everyone who presented. Thank you in advance for the questions that will come in that you will thoughtfully answer. We appreciate each of you.
Thank you.
I could turn the floor over to Ms. LaPointe, and I'm not sure if Ms. Armstrong will be assisting you on the presentation. If we could move into our financial reports for August 2020, that would be great.
Hi, everyone. This is Wendy LaPointe. Let me try to get this presentation up here. And let me also say that last presentation was just fantastic, and I'm not so sure that I want to follow behind that. Okay, let me... I'm having difficulty getting my presentation up here. Bear with me. Well, let me try this. For some reason, it's not popping up.
Do you want me to try to present from Board Docs?
Yeah. I can do it. I'm right here.
Thank you.
Yep. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so there's not a lot of activity as far as overall revenue and expenses in most funds this time of year. You'll really start to see more activity in September, especially as the expenses, you'll see the payroll start up again, and you'll also see in the revenues the equalization aid. We get a large payment in September. Okay, next slide. Again, not much instructional activity goes on in July and August. Keep in mind that this year it's going to be kind of difficult to make apples to apples comparisons. We were living in a much different world this time last year. So I'm just going to go through each of these four categories and kind of highlight some of the major items. First off, the other taxes, as Joanne pointed out in her budget presentation last week, that is the TIF closure. That is not a recurring revenue, so you won't see that again this year. So that's going to kind of skew the revenues for the rest of the year. Keep that in mind. As far as student fees, you can see that those have gone down without being in an in-person format. A lot of families, as they come in to register and whatnot, they are making those payments in person. So again, those have gone down. And then scrolling down to the other revenues, the other financing sources, that was the tech ed house build that was sold. And actually, I noticed there's a typo in there. The land and property sales of $24,000 actually rolls into that other financing sources. So that line is just kind of a duplication. Any question on the non-grant revenues? Okay, we can continue on to the no grant expense side. As I've mentioned before, the teacher salary and paraprofessional salary, those numbers are down this past summer due to the scaled down virtual summer school offerings. However, the addendum salary has increased. Because of the format, we were paying most of the salaries through addendums. So that's why you'll see those differences there. The teacher other salary, a chunk of that was the school improvement planning meetings that happened this summer. Other employee benefits, that is the retiree accrued leave payouts that get paid in the summer. And we had more people that retired this year than last year. And also it was a higher amount. And scrolling down a little bit further, the non-tech repair and maintenance, that increase was largely due to the replacement pool filters and also the McNeil Auditorium sound system. Cleaning services looks higher this time of year than it did last year, and that's really just due to the timing of payments. The invoices were just paid at different times. And then right below that is the utilities. You'll notice that there were some utility savings, and that's from the old KEC being unoccupied, and probably there's some savings there from operating virtually across the district and not having to turn on every light and have so much going out the door in that sense. Postage and printing is a little bit higher this time as compared to last year, and that's due to some of our virtual offerings, the mailing and the printing of packets. And the other one I'd like to mention is the payments to municipalities, and that is for our school resource officers. That contract goes from August to July, so there was a July payment, and the difference from last year is just, again, because of the timing of payments. The August-July payment didn't get paid until, I think, early September, so you'll see that start to even out. Non-capital objects, those are, our PPE and materials to students. Capital objects, we had a purchase of the piece of land at 1422 4th Street, and then the purchase of fixed assets, that increase was due to a wireless network, decrease. The previous year we purchased wireless network equipment, so that's what the difference is there. Debt retirement is the staff MacBook refresh that we had this summer, and so that's what that increase is. And then as far as the insurance and judgments, the difference there between the 2 years is really just in the timing of payments, and so that will be catching up as we go through the year. Any question on those?
I do have a question. It's my understanding that we split the cost of our school resource officer between ourselves and the city. Is that correct?
Joanne, you're probably more familiar with that contract than I am. Do you have any input on that?
Yes. Is my mic on? I can't see myself.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So yes, we have a memorandum of agreement with the city for the SROs in which we pay a portion of their salaries, and then we would be paying any overtime for outside events if we had to have any services from them, which is typically during athletic events or extracurricular events.
Perfect. So my question is, because of our school closure from the spring and then continuing on through the fall, I'm assuming that all of our SROs have not been doing their full hours in our building. So my question is, have they been working for the city? Am I wrong in my understanding? Are they still doing the same amount of hours in or for our buildings? If the hours have been modified, my secondary question is there a reimbursement of those services?
For that, I would like to also include Ms. Beavers on that conversation as she oversees the SRO and the security side, because they are reporting to our buildings and working with our staff, but I don't have that exact time frame.
So the 3 SROs that we have working for the district are reporting for the first hour of their shift and the last hour of their shift at their assigned buildings. So we get them for 2 hours a day. And then they're on call. If we need them, we can call their cell phones and reach out to them that way if we need to.
So are we still paying the same amount? Because it sounds like that the services that we're getting from our SROs has been drastically decreased. Is the payments that we're providing decreasing as well?
It is not, because it's written into the MOU that this exception right now that we're dealing with is written into the MOU, I believe.
Okay. Thank you so much. Anything further, I'll just save to we specifically address SROs in our building. Are there other committee members that have questions on the financial reporting?
I'm good.
Or if there are other board members on the call that have questions, I don't want to leave you out. All right. Ladies, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We got
all right. Is there a... Oh.
What?
There's 2 more pages.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, Ms. LaPointe.
That's okay. Well, this one is pretty easy. Again, the revenue for grants, we don't start making claims until after September 30th, after the bulk of our payroll starts back up again. So nothing to report there. And then the last page is the expense side. And again, because we've had a scaled down virtual summer school format, probably seeing some savings overall there. The one thing I just wanted to make note of is pupil travel. We are still busing some students to Richardson, so you will see a number there. But other than that, it's trending on track as usual. Any other questions?
All right. It doesn't seem as though there are. Is there a motion that we recommend approval of the August 2020 financial reports to the full board?
I make a motion to pass this to the full board for full approval.
I second.
All right, there is a motion on the table for approval of the August 2020 financial reports to be passed on to the full board, and a second. Are there any discussion or questions? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, thank you so much. The motion carries. Okay, we will move on to the 2020-2021 Fund 60 Student Activity Group approval.
Okay, every year the board approves the student activity organizations in Fund 60. These are mostly the same as what you've seen in prior years. Some of these activities won't be able to start while virtual, but upon approval, they'll be ready to go if and when we go back to in-person. Like I said, these are almost exactly the same as the organizations from last year. I think there were only 2 additions at the high school, the Leo Club and the Right Night.
Are there questions from the committee?
I have one. So when we come back to school, then what are we looking at financially, I guess? I'm asking for each one of these.
Well, I think some of these organizations will be working during this virtual format. It helps with engagement. So I can't say which ones will be currently meeting and which aren't. So I'm not sure how to answer your question.
That's okay. And the money that was allotted, because I'm assuming we'll probably have some left over, where will that money go then?
Oh, so they usually do fundraisers, and that money, whatever doesn't get spent, is allowed to roll over into the next year.
Perfect, thanks.
Sure.
So I have a few questions. The first is, do all of the clubs or activities listed on that sheet, do all of them currently have advisors?
I would say, looking at scanning through some of these, not all of them do yet, mostly because they have not been able to meet in person. Some of them do, and you know, like I said, are planning to meet. Some do not at this point because they've not been able to, in this format, get together at this point, and they will wait until in-person return.
So unless I'm missing something, the decision of whether or not you're going to meet isn't connected to whether or not you have an advisor, correct?
Oh, I was thinking of class officers.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
So every activity or organization on that list does currently have an advisor?
I'm looking at these and yes, yep, they do.
Okay. And then my question, similar to Board Member Jacobs' question, do all of the organizations' activities listed, do they have budgets? Do they all have accounts? They have funds in them?
So each of these organizations has to they have to come up with a purpose and a goal, and they have to list what their activities and fundraisers are going to be. And these are all student-led, so they should have president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer. So they raise their own funds to cover the activities that they hope to have each year.
Okay. And then along those lines, as a part of being a district organization, does the district provide like any seed money for, or is it all, they start off with a zero balance and whatever they fundraise is what they have?
Correct. They raise their own funds. And that's part of the purpose of this, is to get the students involved, making those decisions, making those budgets, and trying to find ways to meet their own goals.
Okay. And then a couple just clarifying things. I saw it, I hope I'm pronouncing this correct, HOSA, H-O-S-A. Mm-hmm. And it sounds like it has something to do with healthcare, but I was just curious what HOSA stands for.
let's see if I have that here. But yes, it is health organization. Anybody? Dan, you look like you have the answer there.
Yes. It's the sorry, I just had it here. It's the Future Health Organizations Association. It's similar to FBLA for the
FBLA?
business. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I promise you I'm almost done. The right night, is that connected to the Increscent? Because reading that, my concern is, are there some students that feel like there's not a place for them in the Increscent, and that's why the right night is being created?
It says to celebrate the diversity of the Purple Knights through weekly publication of student writing and art. Club members may contribute to publications through submitting their work. They're looking to do weekly publications and meetings with ongoing submissions of student work.
Right, and when I've read through that, that seems very similar to what the Increscent is currently doing. So I'm wondering if there was a pressing reason to create which I'm not opposed to, the right night. If students were feeling like there wasn't a home for them with the Increscent, and so there was the need to create this alternative avenue.
Yeah.
Wendy, sorry. Remember, Lee, we were fortunate to have Emily here, so I think she can provide some context.
The two, the right night and the Increscent they're not connected. And I think how it actually came about is we have a newer English teacher, and she was interested in starting this club through conversations that she had with the students about being able to just come together and independently work on some writing and some art, and not put it necessarily all to, so when, I don't think what she meant like by publication was like in the form of a newspaper that's going to come out, but instead they would in some way, shape, or form publish their individual pieces, but not together as a collective thing.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. And then my final question, I saw at the intermediate level, it seems like Fruzen has GSA, MEO, National Junior Honor Society, Student Council, and Yearbook. But then like for Aldridge, they only have MEO listed. For Cunningham, it's just Student Council and Yearbook. And then for McNeil, it's MEO, Student Council, and National Junior Honor Society. Has there been any thought given to making sure that at the intermediate level that all of these programs are accessible at all four of our buildings?
I can answer that. I'm sorry, Wendy. This is Joy Armstrong. We do have the outlines of all of the clubs that are sponsored. It is really up to those building leaders to decide what is requested in their building and what some do not have a following for a dance club or a drama club, but they may have it for some other club. So they do have that latitude. And part of the having a Fund 60 as far as what we're approving or a student activity account does not necessarily mean that they're raising funds and doing activities. They can still meet as groups without a financial implication. The board approves these student activity accounts as well to understand that we have a fiduciary responsibility to the funds kept in those accounts, that we manage and report on those funds by the student groups, because that money belongs to them but is managed financially in our reporting from the district level.
Perfect. So there is the option, but it's up to the buildings to tailor which works best for their population.
Yes.
Perfect. All right. Committee members, last call for questions.
I'm good.
I'm good too.
Okay, perfect. Is there a motion?
I move that we we move forward with the 2020-2021 Fund 60 Student Activity Group's approval to be presented to the full board.
Thank you, Board Member Jacobs. Is there a second?
I second that.
All right, there's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion or questions? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you so much. We will move on now to the Spring 2021 Early College Credit Program / Start College New Applications.
All right, so every year, twice a year, we have, in state law, Early College Credit Program used to be called the Youth Options, and the Start College Now, which is the technical college. And so we have a list that's provided to the committee for approval. These are all courses that students have selected. And then they are reviewed at the building level for whether or not they are recommended for approval or not approved. Mainly the non-approvals are because we have a comparable course. So I have Ms. Peltz here to provide any additional context or answer any questions.
That was the one question that I had, was why would there be a denial? So thank you for answering that. Board members, are there any other questions or concerns?
I don't have any.
None for me.
Oh, sorry.
Is that Ms. Pelt?
I'm here. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Would you like me to answer now, or should I wait? Did everybody say?
No.
Okay.
Go right ahead, please.
Okay. So the reason why a course would be denied is because we offer either the course or a similar course in the building for students to take. So for example, when I'm looking at the spreadsheet, one of the denied courses is Intro to Public Speaking. We offer that exact same course at the high school. So students would take it at the high school as opposed to us paying for them to go take it somewhere else.
Are there any exceptions made if there's a scheduling conflict? So if a student wanted to take Intro to Public Speaking, but it is not offered in a time where they can access it, that the district would pay for them to take it outside of the building?
We haven't necessarily run into that particular issue, but there is an exception actually on here. And I believe it is for an accounting course. Yes, okay, so it's for Intro to Accounting. So we actually are asking for that one to be accepted because, and we have a comparable at the high school, but the student has taken the comparable already at the high school, but the college is still requesting that they take the Intro to Accounting in order to advance through their program.
Thank you so much. It looks like Board Member Delgado has a question.
Yeah, so I was just wondering if the courses are offered at the high school, are they on a college level credit?
Some of them, but not all of them.
They would be like required for college or in college?
Yep, so for example, we do offer, credit for Intro to Public Speaking, but another comparable that was denied is the line above that, which is Intro to College Algebra, because we offer algebra courses that would be at the same level as that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Peltz. If there are no other questions for Ms. Peltz, we are able to entertain a motion.
I make a motion that the spring 2021 early college credit program / Start College Now applications goes before the full board for approval.
Okay, is there a second?
Second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion, any questions? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, looks like there are no opposed and that motion carries. Thank you so much. Okay, next we will move on to professional development, erasing the poverty achievement gap.
All right, so with this one, I have Mr. Vidoc's joke here to talk briefly about this request, and I will share his slide deck here. Go for it.
All right. First of all, don't be scared by the number of slides. I'm going to fly through these. This is just, if you want to go to the next slide. So what am I actually asking here? I'm asking for approval of the funds out of my Title I budget in order to cover the cost of 8 one-half-day trainings. Each of these trainings would occur. So one would occur on one Wednesday a month. The second would occur the next Wednesday of the month. And so through 8 months, we'd have 8 half-day trainings. It's open not just to Aldrich. Of course, it's aligned with my schedule, but any other building in the district can also take part in this. The speaker or the trainer is an author named Kathleen Budge, who's considered an expert in the field of Title I schools and working with students of poverty, finding success with that. And you can see her book cover right there. The book is called Disrupting Poverty: 5 Powerful Classroom Practices. The cost for the 8 trainings is $6,000 per session. 6,000 times 8 sessions would be $48,000. I believe over 25,000 requires approval, and so that's why we're here. So why are we asking for this particular training? Why in the world is this the target that we're aiming for? Well, as we looked into our data, as we wrote a SIP for this year's school improvement plan, we noticed that our defining demographic, of course, as a Title I school, is that more than three quarters of our students are identified as low SES students or students of poverty. So why this particular professional development? Because within that larger demographic, that 3/4 of our demographic being identified low SES, you can see that between African American students and their Caucasian peers, there's little to no achievement gap within that larger demographic. And so, I know many schools are focusing on that achievement gap. And as we drilled down into the data, we noticed that at least in the instance of those in MAPS who are scoring low and low average, which really means below the grade level mean, that it is a universal Tier 1 issue because so many of our kids are students of poverty. But within that demographic, we don't see the same achievement gap that we see outside of it. So we're addressing this as a way to improve our universal instruction really for all of our kids through this professional development. Okay, next slide. And why her? Because what she offers through the training, which is comprised in the book, primarily, other thoughts too, but that's her primary source for the trainings, really connects with our mission, our SIP goals as we have written them based on the baseline data that I briefly covered, and then the improvement strategies that we're seeking to address the issue. And I'll just quickly point out what I believe are the connective highlights in those areas. Our mission to provide each of our unique students all they need. That's the definition of equity, to give students what they need to be successful in this academic framework in order to reach their full potential. And so if we have to give all our students what they need and a large portion of them are not performing up to our expectations, then we were looking to address that through the SIP that we wrote. And so the SIP goals in both literacy and math focus on high impact instructional strategies being implemented, used by our staff, and those strategies are specifically designed to meet the literacy and mathematical learning needs of our low socioeconomic students. So this is the way to address that and to provide the training our teachers need in order to create lessons using instructional strategies that are specifically designed for this success with students of poverty. And the high impact strategy that helps us get to that mountaintop of the goal I just referenced is through professional learning and professional development, identify the unique needs of our low socioeconomic students, as well as identify best practices. And so we believe that she fits this bill very well. I do know that I see it's expensive training. We all can see that. But I'm willing to at least offer the opportunity for us to see if an expert in the field can come and help us reach this goal and provide the things we need to be the best we can be with our students, with all of our students.
Thank you, Joe. I also have Tony Bosco because this is Title I funds, and this is actually carryover funds from the previous year to this year, which need to be spent first as part of our the way the rules are sent out. So this is actually part of that allocation piece. So open up for questions.
I just have a couple quick questions, and I'm going to sneak in, and then I do see you there, Board Member Jacobs, so I will get right to you. The 8 half-day trainings, is that building-wide? Could we open this up? So my question, who is able to participate in those 8 half-day trainings?
Are you asking me or Mr. Bosco? I'm sorry.
Whomever has the answer.
I'll make a stab at it. So yeah, it's conceived in the following way. It's designed to mesh with Aldrich schedules on Wednesdays, but those schedules are similar across all the intermediates. I'm not certain of the elementary, and so I've already invited all of those principals. That was just today to talk about, let's align our stuff so that you guys can have access to this, if that's something you desire. So to answer your question, yes, it's open to as many schools as can access it on those Wednesdays when we do not have student contact, and we're willing to be very flexible to make that happen.
Perfect. So it's not limited where 10 or 15 people can participate for this $6,000 per training.
Absolutely. Most bang for the buck we can get. Absolutely.
Okay. And then after the 8 sessions, is there any aftercare or follow-up, or is it just the 8 sessions and then good luck with what we taught you?
Yeah, so that's a great question. As I understand it, it's all included, but we've signed no contracts, so we have negotiating leverage because that's a lot of money. So I'm going to be asking for that the next time I talk to them.
Thank you. Board Member Jacobs, do you have a question?
And actually a comment. Thank you, Board Member Levy. Joe, I applaud you for doing this. I think this is exactly what our district needs. I speak from my own experience too as a former principal. Whenever I did education with the staff on poverty, in particular generational poverty, which we have in our city, eyes were opened, practices, attitudes changed, and I think that it's something that is desperately needed in our district. And not only did attitudes of staff change, but scores went up with our kids, which of course is really what we want. So again, Joe, I applaud you for bringing this forward, and I wholeheartedly support it.
Well, thank you very much, Stephanie. And let me just give a lot of love to my leadership team and my staff. This was not a solo job. This was many minds working together to come up with this. So I appreciate everybody's contribution here at Aldrich, and it certainly wasn't me.
And actually, that's true because that's how Beloit works. We're a team. Sorry, Board Member Levy.
You're perfectly fine.
Thank you.
So is there a motion to recommend to the full board the purchase of 8 3.5 hour individual Kathleen Berg trainings for a total cost of $48,000?
I make a motion to move that to the full board.
I second.
Perfect. There is a motion and a second. The only discussion piece that I have is actually a request. When this makes it to the full board, if we could have some information regarding follow-up or support after the lessons are over, that would be very helpful. Is there any other discussion or questions?
I can just add to that. I'll make sure that whatever final contract or agreement is written in there.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right. It sounds like there's no other discussion that needs to be had. There's a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right. Looks like there are no opposed, and that motion carries. So next up, we have come to the end of our meeting. Our next meeting date, I had it written down, will be November 10th, time to be determined. Thank you, everyone. This was a little bit longer than expected, but very productive. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I second.
All right. Is there any discussion or questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. If there are none opposed, that motion carries. Thank you so much.
Dr. Keyser? Dr. Keyser?
Correct. Yes, Board Member Jacobs.
Do we stay right on this? Yep, there's
Yes.
John. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was doing the proper thing with my computer. Board Member Wong knows I have issues. Okay, it looks like Board Member Levy just took a quick break, so we'll wait just a minute or two, and then we will start the meeting.
I'm good if you want to get started. I just need to turn my camera off for a minute.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, awesome. So it is, what is the time? It is 6:56. I'm going to call, it's 6:56 p.m. I'm going to call the October 13th, 2020 Policy and Personnel meeting to order. Michelle, may I have a roll call, please?
Jacobs?
Here.
Levy?
Here.
Wong?
Here.
All members are present with Wong in the boardroom and Levy and Jacobs virtual.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. In the interest of time, since we're 45 minutes behind, so I think we had excellent discussion during the Oversight and Finance Committee meeting, and lots of great information came forward. I am suggesting to the committee members that we postpone, let me get my agenda up here, that we postpone the policies for first reading until the next time we meet. Is there a discussion on that? And just do the personnel recs tonight, because we've got a lot of those to get through.
I'm fine with that.
Board Member Jacobs, what if we flip-flopped 3 and 2 and then just tried to get through if we can? I'm not sure. I mean, we have a half an hour, and I'm not sure if personnel recs are going to take that long, but if they are, then we could postpone it for later. I don't know. I don't want to push things down further and further. And if we could tackle some of them tonight.
Well, okay. Well, should we just go ahead then with, we can, is that okay with you, Board Member Levy? We'll just do the other ones and then see where we're at with time?
No, that's fine. So you're suggesting we start with employee recs and then get as many of the policies reviewed as possible?
Correct.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, thank you for that clarification,
yes.
Board Member Levy. Okay. All right. Well, let's get going then. May I have approval of the agenda then with those changes?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second with the proposed agenda. Any other discussion or questions? Okay, hearing none, all in favor of approving the proposed agenda, please say aye.
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 Aye. And so no one is opposed, so the agenda is approved. May I is there actually, would anyone be open to making an approval of doing, in the interest of time, to approving both the September 22nd and September 29 minutes together?
I move approval of the minutes from both September 22nd and September 29th.
I'll second that.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second for the approval of the September 22nd and September 29 minutes. Are there any questions or discussions? Okay, hearing none, all in favor of approving the September 22nd and September 29 minutes, please say aye.
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 Aye. All right. All opposed? So the motion of the minutes passes. All right. So we're going to go right to the personnel recs then. Number 3 personnel items. And we have the October 13, 2020 employment recommendations, Exhibit A and B. Do I have a motion?
I don't have a question that would require us to go into closed session, but I do just have a clarification question
Yes,
with
please.
employee B.
Yes, please.
Okay, before we approve. Okay, so under employee rec B, with the assignments, I see that some people are listed as mentors, building buddies, trying to see if they're a different. If someone can just describe what the differences are between a mentor or a building buddy, that would be helpful.
So mentors and building buddies are separated in that a mentor is to a new staff member, and a building buddy is someone who is mentoring a veteran staff member but new to our district.
Got it. Thank you so much. And then as far as there is a pay difference between those two categories, is there also a time difference, or is it just in the intensity of work needed if it's someone who's new to the profession versus someone who's new to the building?
Both. It is a difference in intensity as well as a difference in time commitment. There's a greater level of expectation in terms of the number of times that the mentor and the mentee connect with one another as opposed to a building buddy.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
No problem.
I'd like to move approval of the personnel employment recommendations, Exhibit A and B, for October 13th, 2020 meeting.
Second.
Okay, great. I have a motion and a second for October 13th, 2020 employment rec, Exhibit A and B. Are there any questions or discussion? All right. Hearing none, all in favor of approval, please say aye.
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 Aye. All right, and no one is opposed, so it is approved. All right, so now we will bump back to number 2 policies for first reading. It is a little after 7. Our board meeting is scheduled for 7:30, correct?
Correct.
All right, so let's go ahead and jump into letter A, policy 511, affirmative action and equal opportunity employment. Dr. Kieser, would you like to lead us, please?
Thank you, Board Member Jacobs. And I also have Rob Bukema here to help us with questions as well. So the way we have structured these policies is that, again, policy is the policy as opposed to a rule. Policy is the overarching theme and guiding document in terms of the what. So it lays out how we want to approach the topic And so there are times in which there are belief statements that the district has inserted, or there is language that is open-ended to provide the guidance as to which direction they want the district to go. As each committee member and Rob and HR had the opportunity to provide input, we have put in the changes and then put in parentheses who suggested the changes. And where there were multiple changes in the same area, we just separate them by slashes. So in the first part of policy 511, affirmative action and equal opportunity employment, it opens up with the guiding beliefs, and then let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the sixth paragraph down, you'll see the first area where we had some suggested language. So the paragraph "we will," Rob had put in there strive to, I had suggested continually work to have staff that reflect. What I did not include in here, but certainly try to reflect in conversations, is guiding questions that board members had in regards to that. So it was intentional not to just put the questions in there, but it was intentional in opening up the conversation to address some of the questions in terms of why some of the language seemed open-ended and why some of the language seemed more beliefs as opposed to structure language in there. So with that, I'll open it up to the committee members to ask additional questions or suggest what they find appropriate for that sixth paragraph. So.
Thank you, Dr. Kieser. Anyone?
I'm fine with the continually work to, and then the other one is just, yeah, that's the only one I think where there's a difference.
Right. And feel free, Rob, if you have some context that you want to provide in terms of language. I know you had your team look at it as well as Tanya.
I'm sorry, Rob. Hi.
Hi, everybody. No, I think continual, I wanted to clarify or just strengthen the language there. So continually work is fine with me. Mm-hmm. It's fine with the committee. That's really a committee choice, I think.
All right. I'm fine with what is there as well. Board Member Levy?
All right, so here we go. I'm not fine with that because our district has a history of I'll just say it, not doing right by all of our staff of color, and so this very much feels like an out to me. So it's absolutely reasonable that our staff should reflect our student population. And the fact that we're saying strive to or might, or it seems like the softening of the language also softens our accountability.
I absolutely hear what you're saying, Board Member Levy, and part of I felt strives to seemed soft, but the continually work towards I thought reflected that this work never ends. So I thought we're using the word continually talks about not one letting us off the hook, but also recognizing that even if we were to achieve absolute parity between staff and student, that still doesn't mean that the work ends, that the work still has to continue. But I'm open to other language as well. I mean, that's just my thought.
So if with that context, which I appreciate, then what was the reason for changing it at all then?
In terms of we will have staff that reflect it, to me that it is saying that the will would mean in terms of, and I'm sorry, my language is failing me right now, but we don't have currently our staff and our student parity. So I wanted to reflect where we are and where we are heading, as opposed to if we say we will have that. I wanted to give some context to it, but I understand where you're coming from. I think that will implies that we have that and we don't.
I concur with Dr. Kieser, and maybe I'm being too literal, but when we say we will, I'm just thinking in my past experience when, for a particular, and perhaps Board Member Levy, I'm not understanding exactly this is what you're meaning, but I know that there were times when I didn't have the pool was not there with minority candidates, and again, perhaps I'm being too literal, but when it says we will, what would happen if you do not have a pool and you had tried to gain one?
So I guess here is the root of my concern. If it says we will and we don't, then we know there's a problem. If it says we will strive, then how do you know if you're there or not? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it does. I almost kind of think it's maybe semantics.
So let me try to clear it up. If your house is on fire, and you see flames, you know there's a problem. But if there's smoke, your house could be on fire and you need to do something about it, or it could be that you just left something in the oven and you need to open a window. So if we will do this, and we know that that's not the reality, we know that there is an actionable issue that needs to be addressed. If it says we'll strive or we will continually work, how do you gauge if that is happening or not? So you don't know if something needs to be addressed. So hopefully that provided clarity, but on a broader scale, and this is about process of how we review these policies, if there is a point where we don't have consensus or agreement, how do we move forward? Because at some point we do need to present something to the full board, like, hey, this is what we've been working on. And then my second kind of logistics question about how we review policies is for some of these, I kind of bracketed and asked questions about when is an appropriate time to address those questions.
Before anyone answers, Rob, can I ask a favor? Do you have your mic muted?
Yep.
You do? Okay, thank you. There was just some background noise, and I wasn't sure. Those are great questions, and I think I have the answers, but I'm not sure that I do. And actually, Michelle and Dr. Kieser, Ms. Shope and Dr. Kieser, Ms. Shope, I'm going to look to you for guidance since you have been doing this for many, 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 many years. And Dr. Kieser, I think you probably have a little bit more experience than we do in this regard. Am I correct in assuming that if that we would have to do, would we do a motion to gain consensus within? Well, and I'm sorry, Board Member Wong, you've done this before too. Board Member Wong, actually, you want to talk to this? You're smiling. I can tell behind that mask.
I think all these topics are very important. I think that, the issue of will have, and we've had that language before, continuing. And I know there's somewhat semantics with it, but I also respect what Board Member Levy's talking about. At what point, have we reached that plateau? And I think that's when we talk about parity with what we have with the student body. I stress, I would look at the concerns that you raised as far as what happens when you reach out, you try to get a pool of candidates, and unfortunately it's not, you can't find candidates to fit, the same match as far as the students of color. So it's a tough one. I think that we're in the same boat that a lot of districts in the nation are. And, the hope would be, there's more grow your own programs, and we're having more students come through the ranks that want to be teachers and administrators and coaches and things like that. that'd be wonderful. We're not there. We have a lot of work to do. I mean, I think we will continue to work towards that. Now, if we don't want to include that and just leave it as we will have, then where does that place us? It basically tells us that we're not there, period.
Yeah, not to continue the conversation, but the only reason that I brought it up is because there's been times when we haven't been able to achieve that, and then we're not compliant with our policy. So the lawyer in me, it's a protective statement. There wasn't any way to try to water it down. I completely honor and respect what's trying to be done. It just, if it doesn't reflect reality, then you're striving or continually work, but you're working toward that goal. So if the board's content with a recognition that you have that as a standard and you haven't met it, I guess it's a discussion point. I mean, and it's obviously something that you continue to work at. So that's the only reason why I even raised it as an issue.
Thank you. Board Member Levy, I'm not sure your questions were answered though. So if we're kind of at a point now with this policy reading, do we do a motion or do we work to come to consensus, or how does this work? Dr. Kieser?
Yeah, Board Member Jacobson, and I think Rob gave really good context that, so the language of the policy is embedded in that is the conversation that goes into language with it. So I feel like we are all in agreement in spirit. We're just not in agreement in terms of the language. And so I think the consensus piece is if we say that we will have recognizes that premise that because we don't, to steal the analogy, our house is on fire and we need to address it. Then I think we can meet and move forward. Rob, from your standpoint, I understand what you're saying in terms of the legality piece of it. Is there a concern from your perspective, from a legality that would having we will would raise for the district from a policy standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, it is a concern because you haven't reached it, so then what is, I do have somewhat of a concern. I mean, I think the fact that the conversation of the board is that it's something that is constantly worked toward and it's a major goal. It's a huge goal, in fact, but if you don't reach it, I guess it's a little bit of a broad concept reflecting the racial and cultural diversity. It would be hard to say what's the exact standard of that. Is it a percentage or is it but I mean, I think having will in there just reflects that it's going to be something you have to continually work toward. So.
Mm-hmm. And again, the point of this is that until the committee's happy with the policy moving forward, it has the ability to stay within the committee. So there's multiple ways, Board Member Jacobs, I feel that as committee chair, you could entertain a motion. You could also say we could put, a circle around it and move on and come back to it and allow think time for people to say, is there language that can meet the standard of we're not there yet and we are dedicating ourselves to work to do, and then also what Rob was sharing in terms of from the legal standpoint, does that put the district in a position in a position that it doesn't want to be in?
Thank you for that input, Dr. Kieser. Looking at the time and I'm reflecting. Board Member Levy, you're still feeling very strongly about the language being "we will"?
So here's the thing. As I consistently do, I will state my position, and I'm completely fine if that position is not shared by others. But yes, I do feel strongly about it. It needs to be "we will," because then we can clearly see the juxtaposition between what we said we're going to do and what we are doing. Because if it's, in my opinion, continue to work to or strive to, then you can't pin down, well, are we good or are we not good? And right now, I think we're not good, and I'm comfortable with us being clear that we are out of compliance with respect to our policy, because hopefully that will motivate us to move differently. That's it. Anything else would be a repeat.
Okay.
And then just my other logistics question. The first part was answered about kind of how we move through policy and consensus, but for some of these, like, I took a lot of time to go through these, and I have questions about them. And if this is not the right moment to ask those questions, that's fine. But I would just wonder when those questions will be addressed.
Are you referring, Board Member Levy, to this particular policy yet, or the others?
No, I'm just, well, I did it on all of them, but specifically this one.
Okay. I see. Do you mind if we go to Board Member Miller momentarily? Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Go ahead, Board Member Miller.
Hi. Sorry, I'm just stepping in late here. I just have a question. What would happen if we're out of compliance with policy? Subtext for that question would, or context for that question would be, sometimes like when you write a grant, for example, you have like grant goals that you're supposed to meet, and in your reports and updates, if you're not meeting those goals, you provide an explanation like we did X, Y, and Z like we set out to do, and due to circumstances outside our control, like this fell short or we didn't anticipate this thing. So I'm wondering, I guess my question is really for Rob. Like, if we were out of compliance with policy, our administration did its diligence according to what that policy prescribed, but we weren't able to produce the outcome. Is there room, like in a grant project, like where you provide like an explanation, or what would be kind of like the penalty or negative repercussions for being out of compliance with that policy, if assuming due diligence is done?
I think it may be very useful to have the documentation of the diligence that the district went through in order to achieve the goal or to try to meet the policy. That would be excellent background. I guess the potential concern is that an entity from outside the district, or if there was some type of an overview of any district policies or in a lawsuit, if somebody would say the district has put this as a goal and we haven't complied with it, I suppose it's a possible claim that somebody could make. You know what I mean? But I think having the due diligence part of it would be very useful, because then the board could get a report or whatever saying, okay, these are the efforts that were tried and this is where we're at on it. It would at least be very useful. The question is, how would the board react to that? I mean, would the board say, well, this is unacceptable? Or, I mean, but it would be.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I don't mean to interrupt, but I guess I'm just curious, like, assuming the board were okay with that, if we had that kind of due diligence language in there, would that, in your legal opinion, protect us? Like, let's say I want to file a lawsuit against the district, but the policy says, like, after due diligence, if we're able to show documentation for that due diligence, is that something that would protect us legally?
That would be a useful defense, yes.
Okay, thank you. And
thank you for the clarification.
Oh, thank you, Board Member Miller. Again, in the interest of time, and I personally would like to think about this a little bit more. And Board Member Levy, you had said, correct, that you did have some more discussion points on this particular policy, correct?
I do.
Okay. I would propose then, since it's about 7:22 and the board meeting scheduled for 7:33, we made a valiant effort to start our policy discussion. How would the committee feel if we continue this at the next one, and that would give us some reflection time and perhaps some ideas also to come up with some ideas if we did keep that language in that particular we will portion. I guess I'd like to have some time to think about how that could be. Well, no, I'm micromanaging, sorry. It would give administration some time to perhaps come up with some ideas of how we could protect ourselves as a district because I agree with Board Member Levy. I mean, we're not there yet. And I do worry about lawsuits. So I guess after seeing all that mouthful, are we all okay with going ahead for adjournment at this time and picking this up at our next meeting?
I'm going to motion to postpone policies for first reading from policies 2A, B, C, D, E, and F to the next meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second to postpone our policies A, B, C, D, let me look, and E until our next meeting. Are there any questions or discussion?
Pardon me, but I have a question for clarification.
Oh, sure. Board Member Levy?
Oh, I thought Ms. Shope had chimed in. Could we just get some clarification on the process? I do appreciate all of the work, and I'm sure it was a lot of it, that went into compiling our adjustments, omissions, etc. But if there are questions that were stated, can we just get an idea of how this will flow when we pick it back up? So, for example, we will do what we did tonight, and then if there are questions that have been submitted pertaining to that policy, when will those questions be addressed?
Dr. Kieser?
So my intent was to allow us opportunity to talk about those questions that were submitted by individual committee members because here in committee. So that was my intent, unless the questions were just intended for us to answer. I took all the questions that were submitted to myself and Ms. Shope as questions that wanted to be addressed during the conversation time. Am I reading those questions correctly that were submitted?
No, that's fine. It just seems like with and I don't want to belabor the point, but with the edits, we jumped down past at least one of the questions and went to the edit. So I just wanted to make sure that that was a part of the process. If you're saying that it is, I'm fine with that.
Correct. I did not want to jump past the questions. So that's in part, and part of me was I did not have the questions exactly in which paragraph. So I'll make sure that next time when we return, one, we'll clarify the process, and two, I'll make sure that we have a note where those questions were so that we don't move past them as we move through policy.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm sorry, Board Member Levy. Yes, thank you, Dr. Kieser. I think that's great. Okay, any other questions or discussion?
Yes, I need a clarification on which meeting. Are you referring to the meeting on the fourth Tuesday in October, or are you referring to the second Tuesday in November? Board Member Wong.
That's an excellent question, Ms. Shope. I am thinking, committee members, because we need lots of discussion on this, that we wait until the first Tuesday in November.
That's fine with me.
Or the second Tuesday.
Do we have anything else pressing for that meeting that we're going to come up against?
No, not.
Okay.
Okay. Does that work then?
Yes.
That's fine with me.
Okay, and I don't have that date. Ms. Shope, do you happen to have a calendar handy?
Yes.
Okay, so what date would that be? Just out of curiosity.
It's election day. The 3rd.
Election day.
Oh, yeah, election day. No, the 3rd.
I better vote early.
The
Okay.
10th.
The 10th.
All right.
November
So-
10th.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, November 10th. Okay, great. So are we ready then to vote? We have a motion and a second to postpone. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed? Everybody agreed. So the motion carries. And our next meeting date will be November 10th then, where we will pick up this very important discussion. And we are there any
Motion to
items for
adjourn.
future agendas? Do I have a second?
I just have a question. Are we not meeting on the 27th?
That, my understanding, we will meet if there are employment recs to be discussed. Am I correct in that understanding, Dr. Keyser?
You are correct.
Okay, so I guess we'll have to wait then, Board Member Levy, to see if we have any recs coming up to be approved.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so.
Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Rob.
Yeah, bye-bye.
All right, so we have a motion for adjournment. Do I have a second?
Second?
Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 All right, motion carries. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
All right, it is 7:31, so let's call the special board meeting to order. May I have roll call, please?
Anderson,
Here.
Delgado,
Here.
Jacobs,
Here.
Larson,
Here.
Levy,
Here.
Miller,
Present.
Wong.
Here.
All members are present with Larson and Wong in the boardroom.
All right, thank you very much. May I have approval of the agenda, please?
So moved.
A second.
We have a motion, a second to approve the agenda. Are there any questions or discussion regarding the agenda? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
The motion carries. The agenda is approved. The first item on the agenda is the possible rescinding of a motion made on April 29, 2020 to postpone the superintendent search until the beginning of 2021. Waiting until January puts us behind the eight ball. Most administrators are locking themselves in for the following year. Is there a motion to rescind, which would allow us to begin the planning of our superintendent search now?
So moved.
Actually, can you please spell it out? Like say the whole thing, please.
No, I won't. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, I move that, oh boy. One moment. I move that we rescind the motion made on April 29th of 2020 to postpone the superintendent search until the beginning of 2021.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to rescind the motion made on April 29th, 2020 to postpone the superintendent search until the beginning of 2021. Are there any other questions or discussions regarding the motion?
I do have a question. I am not opposed to it, but it seems like if we start the search now instead of the beginning of next year, that would be more contact hours, more work for our contract with WASB. Will that increase the cost at all?
The work would be being done now then rather than starting in January. So it'd still be the same amount of hours and labor, just it would be done now rather than waiting until January.
Okay, and would we be working primarily with Dan? He has availability with that, or would we be with someone else at WASB?
Dan is our search consultant.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm calling for a roll call vote, please. Michelle?
Larson,
Aye.
Jacobs,
Aye.
Levy,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Delgado,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Wong.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay, the motion to postpone the superintendent search until the beginning of 2021 has been rescinded. So we have Dan Nearad from WASB with us here to talk about the planning of this search. So attached on board docs is policy 221, the recruitment and appointment of the superintendent, as well as a whole bunch of information in past superintendent searches, and then a few documents that Dan had provided for us to use for this superintendent search. So the board secretary did today put some of those documents into Google Drive and share them out, so it would be easier for us to find them rather than in this pile on board docs. So if you'd like to access those Google Drive links to help maneuver those documents, it would be perhaps a little bit easier. So tonight's purpose is for Dan to walk us through the process, as well as walking away tonight with a search timeline completed, as well as the community survey and focus groups. So with that, I will turn it over to Dan.
Good evening, everyone. It's great to see all of you again. And at the beginning, I do want to thank you for this opportunity to continue to work with you as you make a very important decision about your next superintendent of schools. Just some preliminary things that I think are important that, as a search consultant with the Wisconsin Association of School Boards that I say, and that is that our commitment to you is to ensure we work in a collaborative manner to identify your next superintendent. This really is your search, and my goal is to help facilitate that search using our process as proposed and perhaps somewhat modified as we talk through it. But again, the key to this is that we work in a collaborative way, and I look forward to being able to engage with you again in that manner. We do have a defined process for the search, and some of it looks quite similar to what we did relative to the interim superintendent decision, and some of it looks quite different. And so, if you look at our overall process, it's really broken down into a series of stages. It begins with planning, and as Kyle highlighted tonight, that's the purpose, as I certainly understood it as he expressed it to me. But that phase of planning, certainly involves defining a timeline and looking at this concept of focus groups. But it really does include the whole engagement strategy that we use as part of our search with you. That was not done during the interim search, and we recommend that it not be done for interim searches. But in addition to a defined set of focus groups, I will be talking to you about engagement around a community survey and the development of electronic recruitment brochure that comes from the data that we collect through the focus groups as well as the community survey. And we also use that data and input to work with you to develop written essay questions that candidates will respond to as part of the application process. So this whole process begins with a planning phase. And then the other phases are pretty sensical around preparing for interviews. And in the main, that's where I will work with you as you select your candidates for interviews and as you also decide what type of interview questions that you want to use. And as you can recall, that we have a whole bank of questions that we can provide to you. And we'll work through that process much in a similar way as we did relative to the interim search. The third phase is the interview process itself, which is fairly self-explanatory. Included in that is a two-stage interview, first and second interviews, and then also the background reference checks as part of that whole process. There will also need to be a decision made at some point in time. And, most district boards are not doing this now in particular, but it's a decision for you to make as an individual board whether or not there's any interest or need to do a site visit with your final candidate. If that is done, our very strong recommendation, it's done with your final person and not used as a tool to cut to your final person. And at some point in time, I certainly can explain if there's concern about that, why we recommend it only for your final candidate. And then there's a selection process that you'll go through. And then there's a variety of other things that we work to provide you during the superintendent search, such as this, if you can see it, it's a very comprehensive resource guide that you will get that will help you through, in particular, the stages of the interview process. It's not limited to that, but I find it, as I'm working with boards and superintendent searches, to be a very helpful tool to give you background information regarding the steps along the way. Now, I want you to know that my commitment to you will be to ensure that each phase of this process is carried out in a valid and thoughtful way, if I can use that term. But it's also my understanding that we will be doing the search in a virtual way. And I think it's important for you to know that we have worked as an association through the process of being able to do focus groups. And in your for example, when you're down to your final 2 or 3 candidates, if you want to wed a community forum to your second round of interviews, we've done those virtually as well. So I'm saying that to you because yes, this is a different way to do this. And I know your strong preference, and certainly anybody that works in engagement work, has that preference, is to be face-to-face with people. But I do want you to hear from me that I believe that we can work together to go through every step of the process. Yes, it'll be different, and yes, it will be virtual, and yes, we will have engagement and thoughtful engagement from your stakeholders. So I wanted to be able to say that to you. So tonight, as Kyle indicated, we have a whole series of things that we want to go through, but in the main, we want to accomplish with you the search timeline, to have you review that, ask any questions you have about it, to talk about the focus group process, how many and with who, and to begin talking about the community survey. I have provided Kyle a copy of a draft timeline. You should look at it just as that. It is subject to your input and discussion. I've provided a set of questions that we in a standard way ask in our focus group process. If there is a desire for some modification, we can talk through that, but minimally we would want to be able to cover the information I provided you in those questions. And then I also provided you WSB's community survey that is more out to the entire community, anybody who wants to engage with that survey on the front end. The goal of the focus groups and the community survey is to develop a profile for your next superintendent of schools. But perhaps of equal importance, it's an opportunity because we'll learn about what people express about the assets of your school district in your community. It's an opportunity to express those assets in the recruitment process, because it's very important that this is a put your best foot forward effort. And you want to be able to share the good things about your community and about your school district. And so please look at that as opportunity that will evolve as we develop the profile and the recruitment brochure. So with that said, I'll just ask, is it okay if we then begin with the timeline?
Yes, it is.
So is that something that you have present tonight with you?
Yes, it's attached on board docs, and then it was also shared out in a Google link earlier today.
All right, okay. So you'll see with that planning timeline, the planning meeting shows tonight's date because that's what we're attempting to accomplish. And you can see the planning sequence, or the search sequence, takes you to about mid-February, where you would be able to announce, all things going well, be able to announce the selection of your next superintendent. That is a good window to be in terms of the selection of a superintendent. It's maybe a little bit in front of some districts. In fact, I would say in front of most districts, because it's not uncommon, as you originally expressed through your rescinded, the motion you rescinded tonight, that really was more of a traditional timeline. But this timeline is one that can be accomplished. I think it gives you good opportunity to get through this work in a way that affords you a chance to look at candidates that are very much interested in coming to your school district. And so, you want me to walk through each step here, or what's helpful to you in terms of understanding and being able to ask questions?
Mm-hmm. Vice President Miller has a question, and then I think it would be helpful to walk through each phase of the search and talk about what that entails, as well as maybe what that would look like, focusing on what that would look like in a virtual setting.
Sure.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to jump in real quick with regard to the timeline. I know something else that we really need to take into consideration for this school year is kind of getting the ball rolling on our strategic plan. And I'm just curious, maybe this might be more of a question for the board. How do we think that the hiring date for our permanent superintendent would or should coincide with our strategic planning process? Because I just sort of like to contextualize all of this.
If I might ask, just in terms of, I'm sorry, Kyle.
No, go ahead.
If I might ask, have you identified a strategic planning timeline at this point?
No, I don't believe we have, and I think that this is sort of like step one. And I'm just curious, I guess I'm just curious if more to the board, are we waiting to solidify this is our permanent superintendent before we even discuss strategic planning, or is this all going to be sort of interwoven together as a timeline, which obviously we can talk about at a different meeting?
We can ask each board member individually. My opinion is that we would handle this first because you want community input and everything on your strategic planning, and you want people to come out to meetings. And I also don't want participation overload, or I don't want things to get mixed up. It makes sense to me to do this and then roll right into strategic planning. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't do an RFP or whatever like plan for that in the meantime. But then as far as engaging the community, we would wait until after this decision is made. Board Member Levy?
So you said you were going to go kind of board member by board member. Am I responding to Megan's question or am I asking my question?
You can do both.
All right, perfect. Board Member Miller, thank you for keeping that on our radars. I am comfortable with focusing on our short-term goals because I think those are going to roll us into the strategic planning. So for me, we're not doing anything until we find this person. And I think that's also sensitive to our president's point of adding another thing at this point in our journey could lead to burnout. So I am comfortable with focusing on our short-term goals, knowing that those will roll over into our strategic planning while simultaneously doing a superintendent search. Now, my question is, thank you so much, Dan. It's good to see you, and to have this flexible outline for us is very helpful. I feel very strongly about the board as a whole doing some unconscious bias training, especially because we are approaching this search in a kind of limited context with this will mostly be virtual. We can't safely, as we would like to, be in rooms with people and et cetera, and gatherings and flesh some things out. And I think it's really important for us as a board to kind of know what some of our biases might be and make sure we're not putting our stuff on candidates, because my fear is that we will miss someone really great because we can't see them. And the reason we can't see them, I'm sure there's a number of reasons. So where in this process would you think it would be most productive for us to engage in some type of unconscious bias training to help facilitate this search?
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
Yeah, I would think, here's what I would say is, I'm just looking at the timeline that I've proposed to you. If you are going to make the decision to do that work, I would say the extent to which it could be done by the end of the calendar year, and that may cause you to have a more limited training program, but maybe not. I mean, and you know, if you have a resource in mind that can help you with that already, all the better. But as I look at this, if there's any sense of having that experience to help shape the process, it should be around pre-interviewee selection, which shows on the calendar now right after the break, a January 6th date. And so, I mean, if you want to examine who you are as people in relationship to your biases and have that as part of your awareness through the process, I think, and without, the other thing I would add is without disrupting the timeline to accomplish that, to be able to stay in that mid-February timeline, I think if a workshop or two could be arranged between now and the end of the calendar year to be able to have that training for the board, that's what I would see as workable.
Board Member Miller, I'm just going to sneak in a clarifying question. Dan, thank you for that feedback. And you had talked about having a bank of questions, et cetera, that we can kind of pull from and shaping questions. In the production of those questions, has an unconscious bias filter been used to generate those questions, or is that something that was considered?
I would say to you, to answer your question directly, no, that wasn't done. But, and again, it's been a while since you probably have seen those and worked with those. The majority of those questions, with the exception of one section, were evolved out of a lengthy history of doing superintendent searches. And they tended to be more in what we know as instructional leadership, in managing an entire district. But the piece that WSB has been working on, and I know it well because I've been in a leadership role with that work, is that we have now identified a very lengthy bank of questions relative to equity, diversity, and inclusion types of questions. It's a starting point. And so I cannot say to you that that whole bank of questions evolved out of unconscious bias training. But I can say to you that we've made an attempt to look at the issue of who we are serving and understanding the types of questions that might help aid that process in uncovering who people are as they deal with differences, as they mediate an understanding of other people in their lives. That's been the new piece that we've added. So I'm not suggesting to you that we are where we want to be, but I would suggest that we're making some progress, not unlike you, in terms of looking at what are the things that might help us do this work in better ways.
Thank you. That was helpful.
All right. Board Member Delgado, what are your feelings on the strategic goal and superintendent process?
I do agree with Board Member Levy. I think that we can continue to focus on our short-term goals and move on with the search of the new superintendent. I think it's going to be more proficient and less burned out for us to do that. And it would be a better methodology to use when thinking about strategic goals, to have someone that is permanent, that is actually going to be following through with those strategic planning. So yeah, I would definitely go with that.
Thank you. Board Member Anderson.
I agree with Board Member Levy also. I think that by kind of pushing forward and working on our short-term goals while doing this, it gives the superintendent that's going to come in for the permanent position that framework that we kind of want to see and what we want to grow out to have it be as part of a strategic plan.
Thank you. Board Member Wong?
I guess it was my understanding from the get-go that the short-term goals were for this year, and that we specifically had stated that the strategic plan was going to be set aside for the incoming permanent superintendent. So I guess I'm fine with that as well.
And Board Member Jacobs?
I agree with the majority, with everyone.
Thank you. Vice President Miller, you have another question?
Yeah, first I want to thank everybody, and I'm sorry for posing any confusion. I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page, because I guess I wanted to clarify then, would the first task, I guess, of the permanent superintendent then kind of be to kick off the strategic planning process then in the spring? And yeah, that seems more clear to me now, and it helps, at least for me, it helps inform kind of what we're doing in our process here in the timeline. So thank you for that. I guess just running back to the previous question, I would agree that I would personally be in support of doing unconscious bias training close to the interview. I'm curious about how long we expect that to take, because I just know that around the holidays can be kind of busy for folks. So I want to make sure that we carve out an adequate, a sensible amount of time. I'm very much in the spirit of avoiding burnout. So I'm curious then, I guess, Mr. Nerad, if you feel like, if you could hit a week or a period of a week or two where you think we should start it up, so we'd have enough time to do our kind of give it our best efforts, right, to go through a training while it's still fresh in our minds for the interview, but not squeeze it in between holiday dinners, so we can really focus on it. What would your recommendation then be?
My thought would be, well, what I don't know is whether or not you have someone in mind that can help you. I mean, if your schedule could do it tomorrow and you had somebody in mind, my advice is the sooner the better if that's something that the board would wish to do. My feeling, I do understand what you're saying around, as it gets into the holidays, but I would say if you can do this and have it completed by the end of the first week in December, that might, far be it for me to say what's manageable. And I know you do want to avoid burnout as a board. That's an important thing to be thinking about. But I think that would be, between now and the first week in December.
Thank you so much.
Should I go back to the timeline?
Yes, please.
Okay. And I'll try to be more careful looking at the questions as they pop up as well. And so the way this unfolds is that we do a preliminary vacancy notice posting just to use the WASB's resources to get the word out there that there will be a superintendent search. And that can happen fairly quickly following this meeting. But what I'm proposing to you is we're going to move quickly into the community engagement piece. And, I just would ask that we not lose sight of the fact that this was not what we did in the interim search. And we do want to take the right kind of time to get this work done well. And so what I did on the draft timeline is identify November 11 and 12 as days where I can be available. I'll tell you right now, there are other days I can be available. What we built into the budget for our proposal to you was 5 focus groups. And so part of it is decision is how many do you want to do? I can tell you the general categories these are done in, but I can also say to you that in terms of the original proposal, and because I'd want to go back and double check, but I think there was like a $3,000 in that proposal for mileage and travel time for the consultant, which would not be needed in a virtual search. That you may have, as a result of that, if your number clicks over 5, that the budget that that we had developed and that would be able to accommodate that. Again, it depends on how many. And so, in terms of the focus groups that are identified now, as those would be full days. And I've done full days of these in the past, and they're usually about 40 minutes long to be able to get through the questions that I suggested that we get through. And so it would have a limited timeline to them, but I'm not saying to you that I am saying that there are other days I can be available as well. On the timeline, I've identified the community survey with a date to be determined. Now that's a date that we could, absent any major changes in that survey. And let me talk to you a little bit about the survey at this point in time. What it does is that it identifies desired expertise, leadership style, any specialized skills that people desire, personal characteristics, and then it gives a chance to have participants identify strengths and challenges for the district. That survey can be sent out fairly quickly. I mean, we could begin that process in fairly quick order. We would obviously want to put whenever we ended up having that survey sent out. And what I would want to do is I would need to work with your district communication staff as well as anyone else in terms of that works with surveys to make sure that we're doing this in the best way possible, the most expedient way possible. But that survey could go out fairly quickly. So to be determined is something we could manage, I would say in a few weeks, if that was your desire to get going with that. Kyle?
I think the sooner we get going on the community survey, the better, because I think we're going to have a combination of email as well as figure out the best way to do like a paper version that's mailed out.
Right.
And so I'm not sure. We do have Monica, our Chief Communication Officer, with us here tonight because we knew she would play an important role in helping to reach our community members and our family members as well as staff here in the district. So I would leave it up to her to kind of make recommendations as to, I think she has the most data as the best way to reach our families, especially.
Sure.
But yeah, I think kind of solidifying that and then making sure that we have enough time to mail them out, have people fill them out, and then send them back in, and then the time to analyze those surveys is important.
Oh, yeah, you bet. And WSB takes care of the data analysis part of this.
Awesome.
And so, yeah, we would take care of that part. But I guess, are you comfortable if I work with Monica on some of the details of this?
I think so. As long, I would feel comfortable with an update as, being kept in loop as to what is going on. But, there's no one who knows more about, if families have a certain preferences for communication to be reached. She has the best pulse on that.
Sure. Well, and I'm not excluding anybody from that process, but so it may be just as well if you have the time to sit in on that communication as well, because you want to in turn make sure that the board is understanding how this is unfolding. But I guess for tonight, let's leave this as that's a piece that we can begin working on in fairly quick order, and that it'll involve some communication between me and Monica, with you being involved, Kyle, and any others that want to be involved with that. But, my goal is to make this as painless on every little detail for the largest group. And by the way, we can send out what the plan looks like to you, and you as a full board can be able to react to that as well. So, this is not anything that is with the idea of having anyone out of the loop. It's just kind of getting going and figuring out how expediently we can do it.
Great, thank you.
So the next thing on the timeline, keeping in mind now we've done the focus groups, we've done the community survey. I've worked with you to identify, that'll have to occur somewhere down the road. We want to be able to identify about 3 or 4 essay questions at the most that applicants would respond to. Those questions should derive from the focus group data and the community survey data. So we want to have that information in hand in terms of what kind of feedback you're being, that you've been given, and develop those essay questions. That's not to suggest that every bit of input can be adhered to, because you're going to have hopefully a wide array of input. And it's not to suggest that you can't have a question or two outside of that input, but we do it in that order to make sure that, number one, we have the benefit of that data, that input, as we design those essay questions. And then also the focus group data and the community survey data is absolutely foundational to the development of the recruitment brochure. That recruitment brochure is done by WSB, and it's done with your input along the way. So, we've got that good base of information now from the engagement. We're putting together those that recruitment brochure. Now, one thing that is not on the timeline that I guess I want you to be thinking some about is WSB will use its advertising resources to get information out about your position. Those are mainly, what I'm referring to there is mainly state resources. But we are also a member of the National Association of Superintendent Searchers, which is a membership organization of about, I think it's 38 states that, and most of them are from the State School Board Association. And so that advertising would automatically happen through our search as well. So that, whatever that national platform can provide us, and it's pretty wide in terms of the scope. But one thing to be thinking about is whether or not, and that's nothing that was built into our proposal, but it can be done if you want to do additional national advertising. And again, that's a decision for you to make. If I had any strong recommendation, and that is that you'll get some coverage through the National Association of Superintendent Searches, hopefully a fair amount. But if you're going to do something in addition, my advice is that you're looking either at the American Association of School Administrators resources for getting word out about superintendent searches, or you're looking at a resource like Education Week. Those don't happen often, but because they're available, for you to consider doing, I just want to make sure you're aware of that. So Amy has a question.
What are your recommendations for publications to use to get the word out if we're very interested in having a diverse candidate pool? So racially and ethnically diverse pool, what would be your recommendations for outreach?
Some of it will occur because naturally through that national association that I did reference, but we can look at a variety of resources out there. There's a Latino Superintendent Association in the country, for example, and there are others as well. And my thought there is that if there's that type of interest, again, we didn't build that into the proposal, but it's something that you could accomplish, is designate someone that could work with me on identifying the specific places that you might want to be able to go to, because there are resources that are available.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. What I'm proposing is that we would have our brochure and essay questions posted November 25th. And then we would have about a 4-week window for applications. We may want to talk whether or not you feel that's sufficient. Why I did that way was to get you to your holiday break, and which would also require over the holiday break is where you would have the applicant pool to review, and then we'd come back theoretically on January 6th, and you would make your choices as to who you want to interview. In terms of, so that's why I kind of backed that up a little bit, that the application deadline typically is like 4 to 6 weeks. So it's showing now like right at 4 weeks, but right before the holiday break, where you'd be able to have those applications, reviewing them over about a 2-week period of time, and then coming back to make the selections as to who you want to interview. And then I'm proposing January 13, 14 for the first round of interviews, and you would also, select your finalist at the end of that second day on the 14th. We can decide if it's a day or an evening. Most boards remain with evening interviews, and our recommendation is about six candidates in the first round, 5, 6, 7, somewhere there. With a final, and then we would do in between the selection of the finalists. That's when we would get into the background checks and the reference checks to be completed by January 21st, about a week later. The background checks are done by WSB. The reference checks are done by the Board of Education. And that's a process that you have worked through, and that's a process that I would again work through with you as you decide who's going to be making those reference calls, with a final round of interviews on January 28th. There's a decision to be made there. You don't need to make it today, but whether or not you would want to, in the final round of interviews, wed a community forum for each of the 2 or 3 candidates that same day. And we've done those virtually as well. There's some advantage to to that process. I'm a proponent of that process, but that's a separate decision for you to be making somewhere down the road, whether or not you want to be able to do that or not. Now, one of the things that I'm going to suggest, there's a couple of different options. I'll just finish this point, Amy, and then come over to you, is one of the options is to select your final person the evening of January 28th. But the other option is to wait for another evening to be able to do that if you should desire to do a site visit, which I'm not saying you should or you shouldn't, but also to give you time to, if you do the community forums for the final 2 or 3, keep in mind we'd have a rotation that same day they're being interviewed. They would also do a community forum. Those would be taped, and you would have time after that night to look at each of the 2 or 3 of them to be able to help you make your judgments. Does that make sense? I'm not saying anybody, I'm not asking you if you agree with that, but I just want to make sure what I'm saying is clear. Amy?
Thanks. If I am remembering correctly from the last time we did this process for the interim search, it was my understanding that with the focus groups, like all of the board members won't be present for those. And again, if I'm remembering correctly, you wanted us to be there kind of sparingly. Is that accurate?
Our process overall is to not have board members there.
Okay.
But that's something that you have to have a comfort level. You know, I'm entering your culture, and part of it is for you to decide if that's comfortable within your culture. The reason why we don't is because we want people to be able to say things without any hesitation in terms of who's sitting in the room. And because I'm unfamiliar to them as an outsider, our sense is that they may, and if there are a lot of insiders are in the room, will there be hesitation?
Okay.
All of that's arguable. I mean, all of that, and in the end, if you are going to be involved, I would say you're right. It should be, let's figure out how many focus groups we're going to do and divide up the board in a certain way to have coverage, but not to have too much involvement in the or presence in the session. You're going to get all the notes. I'm sorry, Amy.
You're fine.
Yeah.
No, spoiler alert. I'm not married to either one. I don't have a preference at this point, but my question is, if you are recommending that we either not be involved or have minimal involvement in those focus groups, is it the same for the forums for our finalists? Would we have no or minimal involvement in that, or is that somehow different?
Well, it's similar, but for different reasons.
Okay.
Because, and let me explain it to you. If we have the final interviews, and there's another decision to be made at another time, and that is, first of all, let me tell you, I would recommend the initial interviews be done by the board alone. But many districts are adding 1 or 2 teams to the final round of interviews. And so there would be a board interview team. There would be a staff interview team. Now, none of these have to happen. There could be a parent community interview team. Those are all things for you to decide if you want to do that. The reason why you're not involved in that is because there's a rotation that's done, because you would be interviewing, let's just say there are 3 finalists. I'm making up that number now. You would be interviewing one after the other. And when they're not with you, they're either with another interview team or they're in the community forum. That's the advantage of not making the decision that night about who you want to select, so you can have those community forums taped and look at all of them.
Perfect. That's helpful. I really like that idea. Thank you.
I think Stephanie had a question.
Yes, thanks. Hi, Dan. Now, I'm just
Hi.
curious. I know when I interviewed, it was a legal thing that you always had to have the same people on the team and you always had to ask the same questions. How is it different for superintendent? That you can have different people?
No, if I conveyed that, I wasn't attempting to convey that. I'm saying there's a decision to be made whether or not you want to, in the final round of interviews, you would, let's just say there would be, the board has a final round of interviews. And let's just say hypothetically, there was a staff representation in another room. The people on that staff team would be the same for all three candidates. They would interview the three candidates. And that night, before they left, they would provide you feedback. They would not be asked. They're not asked in terms of put these in order. They're told to give you strengths and any concerns they have about each of the candidates. And so, yes, you do. In that room, they may have a different set of questions. Let's just hypothetically say that because they're more staff-oriented questions, that would be developed with your review and approval as a board. They wouldn't change from candidate to candidate. Those questions would remain the same.
Okay, thank you.
So then in terms of a decision to be made, if there's a need for a site visit, but I'm showing on around February 4th, on February 4th, you would make your final selection. And within a week to negotiate contract with that person. My advice is that, and there may have been work already done relative to the interim, but in terms of the contract, don't wait till the last minute, but nor do you need to do it tomorrow either in terms of what that, contract would be for your ongoing superintendent. With an announcement the week, around February 18th, position to be determined when that would start. And then the last item on the timeline is we offer outside of the contract with no additional charge. For my services that evening, if you opt, or day, if you opted for that, it's entirely up to you. WSB picks up my hours for that, hour, 2 hours, is a goal setting expectation meeting. What we believe in is let the new superintendent lead for a couple months, come back together and have a discussion about expectations and goal setting going forward. But again, that's not a have to, that's something that's available. So I'm showing that in October or November, given, a couple months into the position. So that's a review of the timeline. I'll stop there just to see what kind of questions you might have.
Dan, is it okay if it sounds like there is some interested on the community forums and perhaps like a, more than just the board interviewing. Is it possible to make that decision tonight with kind of like a rough idea? And the reason I'm asking for this is because we are entering a busy time of year and I want to make sure that I have all of the steps we need to complete so then I can work with you and I can backward plan that as far as like planning the meeting. So I'm afraid of leaving something to be determined later and then we make that decision, then there's not enough time or we're rushed in preparing for it.
I'm absolutely comfortable. I just was, if you heard anything from me, I was just trying to not push too hard, but if it helps you best and helps the board best to know, yes, we've agreed we're going to do this, let's talk about it. So
it sounded like, so after we would do that first round of interviews, then we would pare it down to 3 people to narrow it down to, the smaller group, to our finalist pool. That then they would be doing community forums, or is that the same thing as that interview process that you were discussing?
It's the same day or evening of the interview process. but 1 hour they would be, roughly 1 hour they'd be in there interviewing with you as a board. Another hour they'd be standing before the community, presenting who they are as a leader and responding to questions that either, and they would come in virtually. And so we've got a way that we can do that. And so it is the same. It's a rotation, but it's interview plus community forum, or 2 interview teams plus community forum that same day.
Okay, so that would be somewhere between that January 28th and January 4th.
You're muted.
I'm showing that now all happening on January 28th.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to add that day is flexible. We can, if that day proves to be a bad day, we can do a different day. Or we can do 2 days, whatever works for you guys.
Okay, board members, what are your thoughts on that style of a final interview on the 28th? And as I'm chiming in already, I like the groups with the community and then the staff, and ensuring that staff is a mixture of COLAC, equally represented across all of our grade levels, east side, west side. That's exciting to me. Board members, do you quickly want to chime in with your thoughts on that?
Can I just have like a question. So we'll be interviewing, and obviously we're going to be keeping like a score on them, correct? So how are the community members, how is that going to be, evaluated as far as, what candidate they like the most? Is there going to be some type of scorecard or something for them as well?
Well, the answer is yes, but I'm going to encourage you not to have them be making a specific recommendation to you, because that's your obligation, is to make the decision relative to your next superintendent. So the way we do that is after that same night, after the interview, you aren't going to, my hope is you won't be making your final decision that night. But that same night, you would hear from whatever other teams you have, you would get their feedback before they leave. And my suggestion to you, and the way we do this, is you would have them comment about all 3 candidates, strengths, and any concerns they would have about being the that person being the superintendent, not putting them in any order, because the order process and the decision-making process should rest with you. And so, but you want to be able to hear from them how each of the candidates struck them and what they see as strengths and any concerns that they have. 1 candidate, 2, candidate 3. Does that help?
Yes, and it makes a lot of sense. Thank you. I really like the idea. I really, really like the idea of having community members engaged and having staff members engaged and leaving that decision to the board, but hearing out comments or, concerns.
Board Member Jacobs, what are your thoughts?
I have a question. Dan, excuse me, and maybe you already had stated this, but at these forums, if we're like on a lockdown or something, this is all virtual?
This is all virtual.
Okay, I guess I'm just having a hard time visualizing that. Can you just briefly talk me through how that works?
Sure. First of all, I need to say that I need to work as well with your technology person to be able to lay out what's capable within your system. What does it allow us to do? But what I would want to be able to have is that individual presenting, and I would want to be able to have access to the from the community to be able to watch that person and to be able to send in questions, and they would come to me. And then after that person presents about who they are as a leader, that's kind of a rough sketch of what they're going to be doing, but mainly to respond to people's questions. And the value of that process is to be able to look at leaders thinking out loud and thinking spontaneously and engaging with people spontaneously. It's clearly different, than them being face to face. But there is a way to do this, and we can work this out to be able to get that feedback.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. President, I had noticed too, and I don't know if you want to address their questions, but Board Member Wong and Board Member Miller had questions earlier, or do you want me to just tell you what I think, or what's going on?
Tell me what you think. We'll wrap up this topic, and then Dan can address their questions.
I missed the first part. Say it again, please.
Go ahead and tell me what you think about this idea, and then Dan will address the other questions.
Okay, I love the idea of the staff and the community being part of it. I think that's critical.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Anderson, your thoughts?
I think it's a great idea because, if we're giving the opportunity for the community to have their input, it allows more people to have their voice heard.
Thank you. Vice President Miller?
Yes, I am fully in support of that model. And I do have a question, but I'll wait until everybody else has input.
And Board Member Levy, I forgot, did I check in with you already?
Nope, love it.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then I'll turn it back over to Dan to take care of other questions. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Board Member Wong. Usually I write the names down as I think about it, but this time I was just like hodgepodging across the screen. Sorry about that.
I did have a question, though, because, Dan, you had mentioned that through these forums, they would be listening to the candidate present their story, and then they would ask questions. If I hear that the way that you've stated it, it almost sounds as though they're going to be asking different questions of each candidate, doesn't that go against the rules of how we should be conducting our interviews?
Here's what I would say to you is these aren't interviews in the same way that you as a board will be conducting 2 rounds of interviews. I'm not suggesting, John, that it couldn't be done that way, but these people are going to be saying different things about who they are, what their experiences are. And so you can make a distinction between your interviews and the staff interviews and the community, if you have a room with some community members in it, those interviews from these forums. Because part of it is you want to hear how different their narrative is, and you want people to respond to that. So it's perfectly fine to be able to have that difference in the forums, from my perspective.
I guess with that being said, I would highly recommend that none of the board members are part of those forums whatsoever. I think we have to be, like you had mentioned before, there can't be any influence whatsoever or people not feeling like they're going to voice their true opinion because we're in the room, so to speak, virtually.
Mr. President, could I just offer a little bit of information?
Absolutely.
So back when we hired Milt Thompson to be our superintendent, we did a process very similar to this. The consultants came in, and during the day they did focus groups with the different groups of people, the community members, the nonprofits, the churches, the PTOs, PTAs, etc. And then on 3 different days, I believe 2 of them were one week and 1 was the following week. With each of the 3 finalists in the little theater at the high school, we had exactly what Dan Nearett is talking about, where one of the consultants was there and he had some specific questions that he asked each candidate and they answered, which kind of gave their background, their story. And then he took questions from the audience, and the audience, it was open to the public and to the staff. And they then answered those questions, and it was an hour-long tops. And when that hour was done, the candidate then went and met with the board and had their formal final interview. So we have used that in the past with a board, and that's how it worked. So I just thought I would share that, so maybe it made it a little clearer as to how it was done.
Yeah, thank you very much. And then, Dan, I think that comes down to Board Member Jacobs with a question.
I had a question. No, I'm good, Mr. President.
Okay, and then Board Member Miller.
Awesome, thanks. So I feel like this has already been partially answered, but I want to dig in a little bit more. I'm wondering about the extent to which our district staff, so it would include teachers, admin, COLAC, everything, right? To what extent do they have a voice in this process? So in terms of creating the profile and determining, I guess it sounds like we're going to have they'll have a really robust role in the interview, which makes me really happy. Can you talk me through how can we, I guess, safely and without violating any major boundaries kind of go above and beyond to make sure there's optimal input in this process, just because of the virtual, very unorthodox COVID circumstances of this search?
Well, one of the things that you would want to do is ensure that staff participate in a robust way in the survey. And people who complete that survey designate a group that they're, you can say parent. There's, so we'll be able to look at how the staff is feeling in a unique way through that survey. We also will soon talk about the composition of focus groups in terms of number that we would want to do with staff and who would be represented in that. And then the third is, it sounds like you've agreed that that final round of interviews will be a round robin, and one of those groups will be a staff group. From my perspective, again, you live with your culture, I don't, but that's pretty robust in terms of what's available in comparison to a lot of places. It may not be robust enough for your circumstance. I'm not saying that. But so the survey, number one, the focus groups, number two, the interview group, number three.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, I just wanted to press a little bit because I think surveys are wonderful, but I don't think they necessarily do enough work, right, to really make sure voices are heard. So I would be in favor of at least two focus groups that, if not, are not focused solely on district staff, heavily involved district staff. So I just want to throw that out to the board. And I did have a second question. I want to go back to what we were saying earlier about all of the input, which I think is wonderful. And when you were describing the process, you talked about how rather than make a recommendation, folks would evaluate this is strengths, these are weaknesses. I'm curious about in your timeline that you proposed, I want to talk a little bit about the debrief time, because I want to make sure that I feel like the 7 of us are going to have a lot of thoughts to unpack, right? And I feel like that was kind of our experience last time. I feel like this time we're going to need even more of that debrief time because, and I just jotted down some notes while you're talking, I want to seriously consider not only the unconscious bias training that I'm hoping that we participate in, but also the words that I jotted down when you were describing is I would like an in-depth scrutiny of community input. Because when people are going to write down, I've been on those community panels before. I'm a heavy note taker. I write down a lot of stuff. So I want to make sure that we as a board, this is the most important job we have, that we have enough time to do our due diligence in examining all of that input that we're going to get in the way that we're doing this interview process. So having said all of that, what do you feel would be an appropriate amount of debrief time? Because, I don't want to kind of keep everybody hanging, but I want to make sure that we aren't rushed and that no one's feeling like this decision is in any way made in haste. And again, just particularly, I just don't want to lose the context of this is almost an absurd set of circumstances to have to hire a permanent superintendent because of COVID. So what are your thoughts on that?
Understood. So let's look at the timeline first and then some possible suggestions in terms of, and you as the board have to decide, kind of the think time amount. But what I show on the calendar is the final round of interviews, the standing before the community, with a community forum for the finalists would occur on January 28th. And then I'm showing you making a decision about final selection a week later. So the question for you is that sufficient time? Because there's nothing sacrosanct about what I've showed you about announcing the superintendent on February 18th, other than I'm trying to get you a little bit of the head of what other people are going to be doing in terms of superintendent searches. So if there was any need for flexibility, I would just push the February 4, the February 11, February 18 back one more week.
So I guess my final thoughts on this matter, thank you, that's very helpful. I'm wondering if maybe we can, it's possible that we can do it within that week. I would just ask that we schedule generously with our time on any given day, schedule at least 2 touch points for our board to discuss this. I would say like a couple hours one day, maybe sleep on it for 48 hours, and then several hours another day, because I felt like the process that we followed last time, we had a few hours at the end of interviews that Monday, I think, and then I think we only had like 2 hours later, and it's just like, I feel like our community, and I think our for our sanity and for, our due diligence to the community, I think we owe them a little bit more than that.
Sure.
So if we can do that in a week, awesome. Otherwise, I would recommend like stretching that out to maybe like a week and a half or so, but I think we can still stay within, more or less within your timeline.
Yeah, you should look at all of this, what I've presented to you, with some flexibility. And if we get into needed changes and if I see a problem, I promise you I would tell you that problem. But that's where I think the flexibility would come in, that February 4th through 18th, stretching it, some if that's what you wanted to do.
That is so helpful. Thank you.
And then Board Member Delgado.
Yeah, I was just wondering if the community focus groups, are those going to be live, like televised, or are those like private as well? You're muted.
Sorry again. We have not televised those. We want people to be able to express themselves, but that's a decision for you to make. I think you could argue both ways with that. Again, you know your culture better and I know your culture, but we have, our bias is to create an environment that people can feel free to exchange what's on their mind without having to worry about various things about who's in the room or about, how others are going to perceive them. Some people aren't all that, as concerned about that, but that's kind of our model, is to not have those televised. But could they be? Sure, they could be.
Thank you.
Okay, and I think coming back to Vice President Miller's point, we can schedule, knowing that would be a wish of the board, we can schedule board meetings ahead of time to be during the week between the 28th and the 4th. Again, knowing more now allows it easier to plan as far as like schedules filling up, and then planning for anything that we may need for that. Okay, are there any other thoughts on the timeline or feedback? Or, it sounds like, with the addition of that like round robin interview process on the 28th, it sounds, I think it sounds fine. Is there feedback from any other board members?
I saw Amy had a question, Kyle.
Okay, Board Member Levy.
Thank you. And if there's already a designated time to handle this, that's fine. But could we get follow-up on who is going to be working with Dan with to make sure that our publishing of this position is going to have broad reach when it comes to diversity and inclusion. And then also, have we designated someone to follow up on the unconscious bias training? I'd like to start on that sooner rather than later, so we're not crunched at the end.
Sure. I would be the one to follow up with Dan and Monica as far as the posting, but we do have options. If we were to let Dan know tonight, because it looks like on the timeline you're going to post on October 21st, or notice the vacancy.
The last part wasn't very clear.
No, I would say the 25th of November.
Oh, it says the vacancy notice posted the 21st of October.
Oh, that's not the full posting. I mean, that's just to say the Beloit superintendent position is open.
Okay, so
then we do the focus groups and we do the survey and we create the brochure and then we come out with the brochure being posted on November 25th. That's the lead for the more information for application.
Okay, and so if we were to talk about this at our business meeting on the 24th, the day before, is that enough time? If we talk then about where we want it to be posted and published as far as organizations and websites, is that enough time? Or would we have to have a meeting? We could do like a special meeting the second Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, I think eventually you would, if there's something beyond what is in our proposal, you would have to review that.
Yeah, I think there is.
I mean, I could identify some resources for you, and you can react to that.
Okay.
If that's at all of help, but.
Yeah, I think that would be good to have a list of the organizations to help ensure we have a diverse pool of candidates to choose from. And then I would then look at the unconscious bias training and see and find options, work with our board secretary to find people who do that for us and schedule it as well. We have to bring it back for a board approval before we could actually schedule it, but check with availability of people who could help us out with that. Okay, Vice President Miller?
Yeah, I was just curious, Dr. Keiser, do you have any thoughts on whether the equity group that you had reached out to, if this is something that's in their scope of services, or is there a group that you've used in the past that you might want to recommend?
Dr. Keiser is not here. He's not participating in this meeting.
That makes sense. Sorry, I just see like the little 8 others. Well, could we ask him if he has any thoughts, since I think he has said he has some background in that?
Sure, will do. Thanks for the suggestion. Okay, Board Member Levy.
Love you, Board Member Miller, but I would recommend that we leave Dr. Keiser out of this. We don't want to have the appearance that he is in some way putting his thumb on the scale of the trainings we receive or anything with reference to this search. And Dan, my question is, if I'm understanding you correctly, that the more local notice will go out almost a month before the more broad notice, and unless I'm missing something, I think that would put potentially some of our more diverse candidates at a disadvantage because they would have less time to react, gather materials, plan their application before the deadline. Is there, one, am I understanding that correctly, where there's that big of a discrepancy between when the local notice goes out and the more broad notice? And two, is there a reason for that I'm missing?
I may be a little bit, have been unclear about this vacancy notice posted. I mean, that's just saying the Beloit superintendent position is open. And that's not advertising. I mean, that's not using like that National Association of School Superintendent Searchers. That's just our internal posting of that position. Or well, I shouldn't say internal. That's just using WSB's network within the state just to say there's a job, more detail to come. And so everybody will have the same timeline to work with in terms of getting application in.
But my concern is if I am a candidate of color that is not familiar with WASB, I wouldn't have access to that. And so my wheels wouldn't begin to think. I wouldn't begin to plan out certain things. Is there a reason for not casting a wide net and a shorter net, for lack of a better term, simultaneously to avoid even the appearance of that?
Well, and I think I can certainly look at that idea. I want some time to think about that idea. But I think then it would be not doing that posting. It would be just waiting till everything is completed for everybody. Because that's where the candidates are going to get information about the profile that you're looking for, about the community, about the school district. Have it all come at that point in time, and we won't have that that'll be like 5 weeks later. So if there's anything, and I want to talk to our internal coordinator to find out. I want to have her tell me who does get that posting on the 21st, because I thought that was just a notice of position open. And so if we don't need to do that because of that concern, then I would have everything wait until the 25th of November, because then everybody would have all the information at one time.
Thank you.
So it sounds like, Dan, that if it is just a small internal thing, then we don't want it to be done on the 21st. We would rather have it wait until until
November 25th.
Yeah, that live date when we have everything ready.
Yep.
Okay.
No, I follow, and let me get back to you on that question.
Okay. Thank you. And looks like Board Member Wong has a question.
Actually, I have a couple of them. I guess one is, I understand we're going to have the focus groups on the 11th and the 12th of November. And at that time, if they come back and the focus group says, they'd like to stay more local, are we going to do a national search? Because this is something that if I recall, in the last search that we just went through, that was sort of the consensus that we would stay more local. So that's the first question, is if they come back and say, yeah, we don't want to do a national search, we'd prefer to stay within the Midwest, is that something that we will honor, or are we still going to go nationally? And then the second question was, Dan, one of the pieces, I think it was the agenda, Dan, that you put together, bullet point number 3, it talks about vacancy posting issues, and you put on here, and this hasn't been addressed, and maybe we're going to get to it, and it says, do you have any internal candidates, and how do you want to handle internal candidate applications, if any? So is that something we're addressing, or is that just kind of not on the docket tonight?
In terms of, may I respond to those two questions?
Go right ahead.
Fairly soon, I would like to get to the focus group questions, because what you had identified, John, is not a question that we pose to the focus groups in terms of, what's the scope of the search. That is not a question for the focus groups as we have it outlined now. In terms of the other, just to answer that question briefly, and I wasn't going to take a lot of time for that anyway. My advice to you, if there are internal candidates, that you handle them the same as any candidate. And you want to be able to do that in a way that creates as much, fairness for everyone, and creates as much public perception that there wasn't any decision made on the front end. And so it's just acknowledge, that's a placeholder that we have on these agendas to acknowledge that in many places there are internal candidates. And what you want to be able to do is to make sure that if they're interested in the position, that they have the same ability to apply for the position as anybody else and no other advantages than anyone else.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Dan.
Okay, are there any other? Oh, no, go ahead.
Where I was going to go next is to the discussion about focus. I mean, well, in fairness to where you were before, Kyle, I mean, is this a timeline for now you can live with the understanding that if modifications need to be made, we'll make them together?
Sounds good to me. Other board members?
So if I could, then the focus group, let me just share with you kind of ideas about groups for the focus groups. And we've talked some about this already, but staff focus groups, parent/community focus groups. Some districts want to engage students with a focus group. The Board of Education becomes a focus group. And in fact, in our model, you are the last focus group. Because what I would do is, assuming you agree with that concept, you would be asked the same questions. And then at the end of getting your input, I would share with you the initial feedback I have. It wouldn't be the final because I'm doing these in kind of back to back to back over, unless we have a different schedule. And so I won't have a report to share with you because let's just say we have 7 focus groups. I do 4 on one day, 3 on the next day, or 4 and 4, whatever it is. I'm going to give you some impressions, but I'm not going to give you any impressions until after you go through the focus group questions with me. So those are the types of groups that are oftentimes represented in focus groups. So what are your thoughts about who you want represented in your focus groups?
We can each take we'll go around and each person can suggest a couple of things. Board Member Anderson, do you have any suggestions for focus groups?
Give me a minute to think about them.
Sure. Board Member Wong, are you ready?
Are you talking the usual suspects? I mean, I would think, staff, parents, business. I mean, do you want to rattle down the list, or is it, nonprofit organizations, I think, are community partners.
Is that the kind of response you're looking for, Dan?
Unmute yourself.
Yes, with the understanding that you develop the list, and then we'll talk about whether or not it needs to be narrowed. And if not, if you don't want to narrow it, how that impacts the proposal I gave you. But I'm hoping it won't at all.
Thank you. Board Member Delgado?
So how many people are we thinking of, for focus groups? I mean, because I was thinking, community members from, the different communities that we have in Beloit. I think that would be very important to capture, diversity of the communities that we currently have. I don't know. I was kind of picturing that it would be more like a free com, whoever wanted to participate, to give that option to community. Because I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think in the past, it's like we have chosen the same people over and over. And I think it's time to, make a little change. I mean, I do agree with John that, different community members, from different sections, they're important. But have we been focusing maybe on the same people over and over? I think it would be nice to get different perspectives from, different people, not just the ones that normally participate. That's just my opinion.
I mean, Dan, how would you like to maybe elicit that information? And if you think that, if Maria had a suggestion, of a community organization as far then as a contact person or a point person, I mean, is that something that you would want now, or is that something that could go into an email that I could send to you and then you and Monica can work that out, or
I do not need the particulars tonight, as much as if I can get a sense of overall groups you want represented. And we don't need to figure out tonight how we're going to reach them, whether or not you want it in, a smaller group or you want it left open, let people in. Now keep in mind, I'm going to want to be able to come out of there having asked about 9 questions that we pose in this process. So if we have any sense that any of these groups are going to be unwieldy just because of the size alone, we may want to figure out a strategy. But I think tonight it might be sufficient to identify the groups you want represented. And then I could work with people to figure out how we gather those groups.
Okay, but specific organizations would be okay for tonight, right? If you want to say this is an organization that we think definitely should be reached out to.
Right, but I guess one question, yes, that's fine. But one question I do have, let's just say that you wanted, I don't know if you were thinking, Kyle, about nonprofit organizations, but could we do one with the nonprofit community, nonprofit groups? Okay, yeah, so I would want to know the groups.
Okay. So, Board Member Delgado, do you have more to add then with this clarification?
Yeah, I would definitely like to have some kind of participation from the Hispanic community, from Beloit, and I'm sure that we can work out on different names that we can probably provide as far as community leaders.
And here's my suggestion on that, because I think that's a fine example of a group that could be represented, should be represented. But I think let's figure out a process of if board members have a group and they tonight can't identify, and we don't want to take the time to identify who should they send the names to, so we can actually deal with the name of the organization and a contact person. Should that go to me? Should that go to Monica? I don't have a preference either way.
It can come to me, and I can send it on to Monica or you. Which is easier? Should I send it to you, Dan, or to Monica?
Why don't you, here's what I would say, and I'm very good with what you suggested. Have the input on names from the board come to Kyle, and then can you send them both to Monica and me at the same time?
Absolutely.
Because then when we're ready to have a conversation, we know kind of the universe we're dealing with.
Mm-hmm. And that's okay with you, Monica?
That's fine. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So then okay, John brought up a good question. So when do we want the names? So then if I'm thinking we have a meeting scheduled in 2 weeks, we would have to have that list finalized, because then our next board meeting, we would have a special board meeting potentially on the 10th of November, and that's just the day prior to them starting, so that's not enough turnaround time. So any suggestions, I think within a week's time, so then we can get them passed on, and then that gives Monica and Dan time then to assemble that list of and find the contact information. So then we can discuss it in 2 weeks from tonight. Okay. So any other suggestions? And as far as organizations and specific contacts for those organizations can go ahead and get sent to me, and I will forward them on.
Are you generally okay with the types of groups with the understanding that we'd work to address the groups that other board members had identified, business community, nonprofits, representing not nonprofits, but ensuring diversity, communities of diversity being represented. Are you okay with that thought process moving forward?
And including staff.
Staff, yep.
Mm-hmm.
Staff and parents as well.
Yep. Board Member Miller.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I will be sending a very long list, and I won't waste our time rattling names of organizations off this evening. I have a question, though. I know that we want a quick turnaround time. Could we make this a two-way road? Is there any problem that I'm not anticipating with posting something on the website, like a Google form, and saying, like, hey, if you or your organization has any interest in being part of this process, put your name and your contact info here, and if you're selected, we'll let you know. Because there might be people or organizations that we overlook in a week's time. I'm just kind of curious.
Megan, this is Monica, could I suggest, I have a pretty comprehensive marketing plan and procedures in place that I use for all kinds of projects. I'm happy to share that with Dan and Kyle, and I can see how some of these expectations would fit in with rollouts that work on all types of marketing plans. If that answers your question.
Yeah, I'm sure you've got a really good pulse on it. I'm just curious, would that include inviting people in? Because maybe there's a parent that wants to self-select it. You know what I'm saying? Because if we just put down parents as a category, I mean, why not get the ball rolling early and gauge what interest there is in the community? Because we want people to participate who have a high interest in participating, right? So is there any issue with kind of sending that out now and inviting folks in?
The one concern I have, which I think with a little think time, I think can be addressed, is one of the things we want to avoid is encouraging participation and not allowing participation, if that ever should eventuate. And again, I don't know how much pent-up interest there is to participate, or if it's going to be, there'll be good representation in each of the groups, but it won't be unmanageable representation by numbers. And so that's the only thought I have, is I certainly philosophically very much alike your thought process there, but you don't want to open the door to be a part of this and then say you can't be a part of it.
No, I totally agree. I'm uncomfortable with that part of it too. So maybe we could sit on that a little bit. I'd like to find a way though to just so it's, I mean, I think that our board and I think Monica, I think we've got a good team of people here. I'm sure we'll be very representative. I just want to make sure that it's not just a one direction, I mean, I guess I want to make sure that there's movement both ways. So if there's a wise, inclusive way to do that, I would love to hear it.
Okay. That makes good sense. So input's coming to you, Kyle, and then Monica and I will have the chance to look at it and a chance to talk. I understand what your goals are. I mean, your goals are to be inclusive in this process. I mean, I clearly hear that. And so let's work to accomplish that. And if there are problems with that, I'll be the first to point those out, but I don't see that right now. So the other thing I had on the focus groups was well, Amy has a question. I'll wait for that.
Thank you. I thought we were going round robin, so there's a couple of things that I wanted to get out. Okay, so my 6-category wish list is to have current students, alum, staff, and to have that broken down in teacher and support staff, and then admin separately. Number 5 would be community, and then parents. And of course, diversity throughout. And when it comes to parents, I want to hear from the parent whose kid has been suspended, or the parent who has not had a great experience with our district, because I think they're going to have a lot of valuable information of if things were different, or if my experience was different, this is how it could be better for a lot of other kids that find themselves in scenarios like this. So that, and then so I think it's kind of a good problem to have. If we are allowing people to self-identify, saying, hey, I want to be a part of this process, and they're 12 and we pick 10, I think that's still okay, as long as we find a creative outlet for them. Maybe you're not going to sit on this focus group, but we would really love if you could help generate questions, or if you could do this. I would rather open it up and have people feel like they can invite themselves into the process, and then we just do the extra work of finding a way for their opinions and their input to be valued.
Okay.
Is there any other input on group composition? I'll move ahead, and if you need to move back, just please let me know. What I've also provided you with is a list of questions that we ask in the focus groups, keeping in mind that we're trying to accomplish a couple of things through these questions, and to have a manageable number at the same time. And that is, one is to get a sense of where people perceive the assets of the school district and the community. Because this, as I said near the beginning, this is a chance to share the good news about the district as you're going about finding a superintendent. And keep in mind that what's most important is to put those things forward. I mean, because you want them in particular to get the widest cast of a pool, is to be able to give people in particular who are not in the area right now a sense of why Beloit. But then probably the most important part, and I'm mentioning it second, is to understand what the positives are and what the negatives are that people see, the challenges that people see about the school district. So one, yes, it's about a profile for advertising, but yes, it's about a profile to be able to help you find your next superintendent. So those are the 9 questions that we ask. And I guess I'm looking at whether or not there's any question or concerns about any of them. I see John has a question.
Yeah, looking at your questions and the 9 you have on there, and in light of what we're experiencing over the last this year and previous spring, is there some value in perhaps bringing in the challenges with COVID and some of the potential I guess, changes that we potentially are going to see that are going to be permanent. And maybe asking them about, what something about COVID and I guess their experiences. And
I certainly don't see a problem with looking at it through that lens. I mean, looking at a question through that lens, because that represents a pretty significant lens right now, does it not?
yeah, absolutely. And that's what I'm thinking. I mean, this is what everybody's thinking about right now is their children, distance learning, specifically in our district. Are we ever going back into the classrooms?
Right. Are you okay with me working on fashioning a question to address that? Okay,
Yeah, sure.
Anything else? Any other input? If there is input along the way, again, I'm not trying to be precipitous here, but just to move things along, share them with Kyle and he'll get them to me then, if that's okay, Kyle.
Yeah, that's fine, because this is something we would have to have ready to go again in 2 weeks so that they would be ready for the 11th and 12th.
Right.
So
And
again,
then,
if there was any feedback on the focus group questions, then, a week from today would be the optimal time. Board Member Levy?
Thank you. And only because it's been a really long day, could Ms. Shope send out hey, these are your opportunities to provide feedback, 1, 2, and 3, and these are the deadlines associated with them? That would be super helpful for me.
Are you able to do that for us? Yes, she is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other feedback on the focus group questions? All right. Dan, where do we go from here then?
well, where we go from here is to look at the community survey. And then we can decide after that how much more you want to talk about any of the next steps or any of the steps on that agenda that I provided you. And so what this survey does is it looks at the personal characteristics that people desire in a superintendent, leadership style, any specialized skills and expertise that a superintendent candidate would have. And then it also does additionally focus on the strengths and challenges of the school district. So I guess I'm interested in whether or not there's any feedback relative to the survey. And as I had indicated earlier, this is a piece that, doesn't have to be overly delayed to get going. I want to, make sure we're stuck together real well in terms of how people access it and how they know about it and how they go about, getting it back, in particular if they're not working online to do this. And so your thoughts on the survey?
Vice President Miller?
Yes, thank you. I think preliminarily it looks great. I like that there are open-ended question opportunities on there. My question is that based on the responses, because I agree with you, I think we can get this going quickly. Based on the content of the open-ended questions, is there room, capacity, or is there wisdom in doing like a second round of survey questions? Because I think that this one is well constructed to touch on broad subjects. It's definitely what we want to see. If for some reason we get an overwhelming response that focuses on 1 or 2 items in that open kind of response section, would there be an opportunity for us to send out a secondary survey that would maybe like dig deeper into the issues that are of high interest?
If I might ask one question, would that dig deeper be for the purpose of the search, or would it be for you to learn more of what's on people's mind regardless of the search?
That's a really good question. I guess initially I was thinking about for the search because, as we're looking through candidates, we want to make sure that we're focusing on areas of experience that are responsive. We know what we're looking for, I'm sure, but I know that, we want to hear more from the community because that informs the direction that we're going to go, to quite a large extent. So, it would also be nice to know, obviously, but
sure.
I think it's, we're going to have we're going to have qualified candidates, right? And so one of the process of elimination that we're going to have to go through is what is our community looking for? And, this person has this strength and this is of high interest in the community. That's kind of how I'm seeing that play out. And we might not need to. Would there be room for that if we needed to, I guess is my question.
Yes, thered be room for that. And my advice would be is wait till this is done, look at the data, and see if it's compelling you to want to ask deeper questions in some areas.
Thank you. That's helpful.
All right, any other questions or feedback?
I think it's probably the best option is to get that survey out as quickly as possible. At least then it gives the families more time to answer it.
I follow, and that does make good sense. So we'll proceed with the survey. We'll wait and see what the results show relative to the information, whether or not there's a need to go any deeper with follow-up survey. But is there anything else on the survey for tonight?
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah. So how will the survey be, is ready to go out and be sent to everyone?
Well, no, I have to have some discussions, and my guess is it probably would be with Monica unless you would suggest something different in terms of, I don't know how you communicate surveys right now. And so I need to figure out if that system does exist and how that system could be used. But I don't see a reason if that system is available that we can't move forward with this, more expediently. The other thing we need to figure out is for people that aren't online, and that oftentimes can be, not try to generalize, but an older population of people, is how do they access, how do they get back? So we need to put those, so it's going to take a little bit of time, but not a lot of time as I would see it.
Okay, so is it something you would anticipate to be done before 2 weeks, like when we would meet again, or?
Let me look here. Here's what if you're comfortable with this, I would like to have some discussions. Is it with Monica, or who do I talk to internally?
Yep, Monica would be.
If that's okay.
Yep.
And then get you some feedback about a more defined timeline.
Okay.
But, I can certainly work with that timeline that you're suggesting, but there may be reasons that it doesn't work.
Okay.
That I can think about as I'm with you tonight.
Okay, that's fine. Sounds good. Is there anything else? I think this was the last thing we kind of had to really have a strong discussion about tonight. I know some of us have been on meetings since 5 o'clock this evening, so having accomplished the focus groups, the community survey, and the timeline, I think we'd be ready to wrap it up. Again, if there's any feedback or suggestions on the focus group questions, or people who organizations or specific people should be invited, please do send me an email within the next week so I can forward that on to Dan and Monica, so then that can be ready for us at our business meeting in 2 weeks to discuss. Anything else, board members or Dan?
The only thing is, if you just follow the agenda, the overall agenda, and John did ask one question about an item on there. If you have any other questions, we can deal with those the next time we meet. I mean, there's nothing that is it has an urgency to it, but you can how the whole thing unfolds by just following that agenda. So I'm good, and I thank you very much, both the board and staff, for engaging around this very important work that you'll be doing, and we will work through all of this together.
All right. Thank you very much. Board members, it looks as though we have completed all of the business on tonight's agenda. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion, a second to adjourn the meeting. Is there any unfinished business that we have missed? Seeing none, all in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Take care, everyone.
You too. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you, Dan.